Hey there! Tonight's story doesn't take you to a battlefield or a palace, but behind locked doors, past iron gates, and into a place built for silence. This is the quiet, clinical, and often cruel world of the Victorian Asylum. You'll walk its corridors, sleep on its iron beds, listen to the shuffle of shoes on stone, and try your best to keep your head down. Because once you're inside, getting out again isn't exactly guaranteed. If this kind of storytelling helps you rest, feel free to like the video and subscribe, but only if it actually brings you peace. And let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is right now. It's strangely comforting to know who else is drifting off to the same quiet story. So dim the lights, let the ward grow still, and settle in for a long, padded stay. It begins with a knock on the door. Not yours, mind you. You don't get to knock. That privilege belongs to your husband, or your father. Perhaps a clergyman with a worried expression. They're knocking on the heavy oak doors of a Victorian asylum, and you are inside the carriage, waiting. You've been acting strangely, they say, crying too often, laughing at nothing, reading French novels with too much enthusiasm. You refused meat at dinner. You stayed in bed too long, or you got up too early. You forgot to smile at the vicar. Whatever it was, you were seen. And in Victorian Britain, being seen was enough. The year is 1875. England is industrious, soot-stained, and certain of itself. The asylum system is in full swing, governed by the Lunacy Act of 1845. Under this law, every county must provide an institution for the mentally ill. They were called lunatic asylums, a term applied rather liberally. In practice, it encompassed everything from melancholia and hysteria to epilepsy, homosexuality, alcoholism, and grief. Yes, grief. Too much mourning could be a sign of madness. Now, it would be lovely to say you're being brought here voluntarily, but legally there's no such thing. Even if you did walk through the gates of your own free will, even if you begged for help, the moment your name is entered into the ledger and your clothing is taken, your freedom is over. The process is simple and horrifyingly quick. First, you must be certified insane by 2 medical men. No psychiatrist required. Your local doctor will do. If he's seen you cry more than twice in a week, that'll count. Then comes the paperwork, reception order, statement of facts, medical certificates. These are signed, sealed, and delivered to the asylum, usually before you've had a chance to pack. Sometimes the decision is based on kindness. Parents terrified their son might hurt himself. A husband convinced his wife is slipping into melancholia. But other times, it's less noble. A political nuisance, a disobedient wife, or a sister inconveniently fond of poetry can find themselves committed. After all, the diagnosis is not tested in court. There is no trial. Merely the conviction of 2 men with pens. When the carriage arrives at the asylum gates, the mood shifts. You're no longer patient nor passenger. You are property of the institution. The gatehouse smells of coal dust and rain. A porter in a frayed uniform checks the paperwork, flicks a glance at you, not cruel, just bored, and you are escorted inside. The doors close behind with a mechanical finality. You have crossed the threshold. You will not cross it again without permission. The entrance hall is austere, not grand but clean. The walls are painted a pale institutional green, the floor scrubbed with carbolic and elbow grease. A gaslight hums somewhere overhead, casting shadows across an iron radiator that groans as it heats. You are asked to sit. You are watched. And then your name is called. Not your full name, of course, just your surname. You are no longer Miss Clara Whitmore. You are Whitmore, patient 1087. Your clothes are taken, catalogued, folded, and placed in storage. You are issued a uniform, plain, grey wool, scratchy at the cuffs and seams. Your belongings are not allowed unless deemed safe. Jewellery is confiscated. Books, if permitted, are to be religious or moral in nature. Pens are removed. Mirrors, certainly not. Then comes the examination. A matron or nurse, often unsmiling, sometimes kind, asks you to undress. The room is cold, the walls echo. A doctor arrives, male, older, detached, and performs his duty with the efficiency of a man who has done this hundreds of times. He checks your pupils, your heartbeat. He asks questions with no warmth. Do you believe people wish to harm you? Do you hear voices? What is the date? You do not know the date. You were too upset to check the newspaper this morning. He makes a note. Later he will write a report. Patient appears disoriented. He may also write, patient is well spoken, but evasive. Possibly delusional. Or patient is defiant. Resists questioning. Defiance is a red flag, of course. Insanity never comes with self-confidence in the minds of these men. It comes with obedience, tears, and an apology. You are assigned to a ward. If you are poor, it will be a pauper's dormitory. Long rows of narrow iron bedsteads with horsehair mattresses, separated by thin curtains or nothing at all. The window is barred, but open just enough to let in the chill. There are 20 other women, most silent, some muttering, and one who sings to herself in Latin. You are shown to your bed. You do not ask for a blanket. You are given one, and you are expected to be grateful. If you are lucky, well-connected, middle class, you may have a private room. It still smells of disinfectant and damp linen, but it is yours. The wallpaper is peeling. A cracked basin sits beneath a small mirror. The mirror is bolted to the wall. You are instructed not to spend too long looking into it. The ward is quiet at night, not silent, never silent. There is the occasional sob, the creak of a bed frame, the rustle of sheets, the heavy footsteps of the night attendant. The gas lights are dimmed, but never extinguished. Total darkness is considered dangerous, as is total freedom. In the morning you are woken at 5, not with a bell, but with motion. The ward doors swing open and the attendants begin their rounds. Bedclothes are pulled back. Basins filled. If you resist, you will be noted as uncooperative. If you weep, you will be told to compose yourself. Breakfast is at 6. Porridge, bread, weak tea, silence. Then comes work. The cornerstone of Victorian Asylum life. You may be assigned to the laundry, or the kitchen, or the needlework room. You may sweep floors or peel potatoes. Work is considered therapeutic. It distracts the mind from madness. It also, conveniently, saves the institution money. If you are a man, your experience differs slightly. You may be assigned to the garden or joiner's shop. You will repair shoes or build furniture. You may, if stable enough, help dig graves in the asylum cemetery. Yes, they do try to keep the work meaningful. Once a week, you see the superintendent. He is the head doctor, a gentleman of a scientific ambition and a firm belief in the order of things. He asks if you feel better. You say yes. He asks if the voices have stopped. You say yes again. He smiles. He makes a note. Patient improving. You think perhaps this means you may go home soon. You are mistaken. Improvement is not release. Not yet. You must be assessed multiple times, and your family must agree to take you back. If they do not, you remain. Sometimes for months. Sometimes for years. Sometimes until the end. Some patients never belonged here. Some did. But the line between the two is faint and easily crossed. A woman may be grieving her child, and found too sad. A man may speak too loudly at a political rally, and found too passionate. A servant may suffer seizures, and found too unruly. Once inside, they are all the same. There is a little dry joke among the attendants. When a new patient arrives and asks, "How long must I stay?" they reply, "Until you're better." And when the patient asks how they'll know they're better, the attendant says, "When you're quiet." Not cured, not joyful, just quiet. And there perhaps lies the real fear. That in a world ruled by formality and fear of disorder, the worst crime is to disturb the peace, even with grief, or madness, or honesty. As the days go by, you learn the rhythms. You keep your head down. You rise when told. You sleep when allowed. You learn who to avoid. The man who thinks he's Napoleon. The woman who stares without blinking. The nurse with fingernails too clean. You make no trouble. You do not cry. You say the right things. You do not ask for books. Eventually, you are granted small privileges. A walk in the garden, a biscuit on Sunday. Perhaps you are permitted to write a letter. It will be read before it is posted. And slowly, very slowly, you fade. When, if, you are released, it is with little ceremony. You are given your clothes, faded now, and the gate creaks open once more. The world beyond the wall feels louder than it should. The sky is too blue, the people too fast. You are no longer mad, they say, but you do not quite feel well. And should you act oddly again, a strange word, a weeping fit, a refusal of pork at dinner, you know the knock on the door may come once more. Now that you're inside, and the doors have shut behind you with a rather unforgiving clang, it's time to have a look around. After all, this is to be your home for the foreseeable future. And if the superintendent's ledgers are anything to go by, quite possibly your final residence. Victorian asylums were not built in haste. Oh no, they were vast, sprawling institutions, designed with a disturbing mix of benevolence and control. When you first see it from the outside, it may resemble a country manor. Arched windows, ivy-covered bricks, and towers that scrape the grey sky. It almost looks comforting, like somewhere you might come to recover from a long illness. That illusion evaporates at the gate. Let us begin with the architecture. A typical asylum in Victorian Britain was built to accommodate at least 300 patients, though many held far more. The pavilion plan was popular, a series of long corridors branching from a central hub, designed to separate patients by diagnosis, class, and gender. These corridors were sometimes called spokes, and the asylum itself likened to a wheel. Not a comforting metaphor, considering the tendency of such institutions to trap one in endless circles. The windows are tall but barred. This was explained as a safety measure, naturally. The fact that they also prevented escape, well, that was just a fortunate coincidence. Doors were thick, heavy, and locked with keys carried only by the attendants. The key ring was worn like a badge of rank. It jangled wherever the attendant walked, a metallic warning of authority in motion. Let us now move inside. The main entrance hall is large and undecorated, walls painted a shade somewhere between despair and linoleum. You'll find gaslights flickering faintly overhead, casting long shadows on the floor, which was either stone or hard-polished wood, scrubbed daily with carbolic acid. The scent is unmistakable, sharp, medicinal, and clinging. It clings to your clothes, your skin, your thoughts. Each asylum had a central administrative block. That's where the superintendent had his office. A place of wood panels, leather-bound ledgers, and books with titles like Observations on Insanity among the Lower Orders. The superintendent was usually a man of status, a medical gentleman with firm beliefs and a well-waxed moustache. He was not to be questioned. Let's go down the corridor now. This is where the patients are housed. You'll notice the gender segregation is strict. Men on one side, women on the other. A shared wall may separate them, but never a shared room. The Victorians were deeply suspicious of mingling, particularly when it came to the allegedly unstable. Pauper patients, the poor, were kept in open wards. Long rooms filled with beds lined up in merciless rows. Iron bedsteads precisely 12 inches apart. Mattresses stuffed with straw or horsehair. Bedding, if you could call it that, consisted of a single rough blanket. In the summer, you roasted. In the winter, you froze. Middle-class or private patients had individual rooms. These were small, perhaps 6 feet by 10, but considered a luxury. A single bed, a basin, and a washstand. No lock on the inside, of course. The door could be opened at any hour by an attendant, often without knocking. Privacy was not a priority. Now, take a look at the communal areas. The day room was where patients spent most of their waking hours. It had long wooden benches, a few tables, perhaps a piano if the institution could afford such frivolity. Activities included sewing, knitting, silent reading, though only approved books, mind you. No poetry. No novels with passionate heroines. Religious tracts were always safe. The dining hall came next. Long trestle tables, tin plates, and the clatter of cutlery. Meals were silent affairs, monitored closely by staff. Patients were watched not just for manners, but for signs of deterioration. If you refused to eat, you'd be encouraged. Sometimes that meant spoon-feeding. Sometimes a rubber tube and a funnel. The food, if you're wondering, was not designed for taste. Breakfast was porridge, thick, lukewarm and grey. Lunch might be boiled mutton with turnips, or a watery stew. Supper was bread, cheese, and tea so weak it resembled regret more than a beverage. It wasn't starvation, but it wasn't joy either. Let us continue through the asylum. You'll notice the smell changes room by room. Disinfectant mingled with human odour, occasionally interrupted by the harsh tang of lye soap. The laundry was in constant operation. Soiled linens came in daily, washed by patients under supervision. If you were a woman of quiet disposition, you'd likely be assigned here. The work was hard but preferred. It kept your hands busy and your thoughts away from the barred windows. Now we arrive at the bathing rooms. Not spas, by any stretch. Baths were infrequent, typically once a week if you were lucky. The water was rarely hot. Bathing was supervised, and there was no privacy. Patients were stripped, scrubbed, and rinsed by nurses who had seen far too much. Modesty was irrelevant. Cleanliness, or the institutional version of it, was paramount. Further down, we pass the treatment rooms. These are not comforting places. There are high-backed chairs, sometimes with straps. shelves with glass bottles of tinctures and tonics, a cold plunge bath, not for relaxation, but for shock therapy. The theory was that sudden cold might frighten the madness out of you, or at the very least subdue you long enough for supper. One room in particular is worth noting: the seclusion chamber, always painted white, always with a single window far too high to reach. The bed is little more than a mattress on the floor. The walls are padded if you're lucky. If not, you learn quickly not to thrash about. Patients were placed here for shouting, weeping, or resisting medication, sometimes for their safety, often for the staff's convenience. Let's visit the chapel, shall we? Every proper Victorian asylum had one. Religion was considered essential to recovery, or at least useful in enforcing obedience. Services were held weekly. Patients were expected to sit in silence, hands folded, eyes forward. Hymns were sung, sermons delivered. Occasionally someone would weep quietly. That too was noted in the superintendent's book. One cannot ignore the grounds. Outside, if weather and behaviour permitted, patients were marched around in groups. Always in groups, never alone. Men raked leaves, women gathered herbs or worked in the gardens. There were benches spaced evenly along the gravel paths for quiet sitting, not too long of course. Loitering was frowned upon, even when institutionalised. The gardens were, in theory, therapeutic. In practice, they were often the only place one could glimpse the sky without bars. The air carried less disinfectant out here, and occasionally the scent of roses from the superintendent's private garden, a luxury strictly off-limits to patients. One imagines that rose bushes do not benefit from melancholia. Let us speak briefly of the staff. Nurses and attendants lived either within the asylum or nearby. They were overworked, underpaid, and trained more in discipline than compassion. Some were kind, others were not. A nurse's report could make or break a patient's case for discharge. As such, patients quickly learned how to stay in favour. Small smiles, downcast eyes, no sudden movements. Now, if you're wondering where... So, now that you've been shown your bed, your spoon, and your daily walk in the gravel circle, you might be wondering how exactly they determined you were mad in the first place. Well, sit tight. Today, we're going to explore the science, or what passed for it. Because in Victorian Britain, diagnosing insanity was something between a medical art and a moral judgment, often tilted slightly toward whichever direction benefited the family doctor, the local magistrate, or your husband. You see, mental illness didn't exist in neat categories. There were no brain scans or standardized psychiatric manuals. Instead, doctors relied on observation, character, and an alarming amount of speculation. And so, the moment you entered the asylum, you were not simply unwell. You were something else entirely, classified. Let's start with the Big Four. These were the primary diagnostic labels scrawled into thousands of asylum ledgers across Britain. 1. Mania. 2. Melancholia. 3. Dementia. 4. Monomania. Let's break them down. Slowly, of course. Mania was not what it is today. It didn't necessarily mean euphoria or high energy. No, in Victorian terms, mania meant excitable, agitated, or worse, opinionated. If you were loud, restless, had racing thoughts, or refused to sit still during your intake interview, you were likely to receive this label. Men got this diagnosis more often, but women weren't immune, especially if they raised their voice in public. Melancholia? on the other hand, was sadness. Not just grief, mind you. Persistent sadness, especially when it came without visible cause. Women were particularly susceptible to this diagnosis. If you wept too frequently, stayed in bed too long, or lost your appetite after a death in the family, and didn't recover on schedule, you were marked as melancholic. The preferred treatment? Isolation, cold baths, and spiritual reflection. Dementia in the 19th century didn't mean Alzheimer's. It simply meant cognitive deterioration of any sort. If you were forgetful, confused, or slow to respond, whether from trauma, illness, or poor nutrition, it was assumed that your faculties were declining. Incurably, of course. And then we have monomania, a charmingly vague term meaning madness about one thing. You could be entirely coherent in every aspect of life, but if you had a single fixed idea that didn't align with the norm, say, believing you'd written the next great epic, or that a local pastor was stealing your thoughts, that one obsession might be enough to land you in an asylum. There were more specialised terms, of course. The Victorians were nothing if not enthusiastic classifiers. We had moral insanity, religious insanity, hysterical madness, puerperal mania, madness after childbirth, senile insanity, epileptic insanity, alcoholic insanity. Each a label, each with its own assumptions, and each conveniently vague enough to fit just about anyone, provided they were inconvenient enough. Let's linger a little on moral insanity. This particular favourite of the mid-century alienists described patients who weren't irrational, per se, just morally defective. That is, rude, unpredictable, sexually disobedient, too cheerful, too sombre, too irreligious, or in the case of women, simply too independent. One could be morally insane without ever raising their voice. You just had to want something you weren't supposed to. It's worth noting that gender played a significant role in diagnosis. A man who read obsessively might be considered a scholar. A woman who did the same could be seen as overstimulated, even unhinged. Women were more likely to be diagnosed with hysteria, a condition so broad it included fainting, laughing, crying, reading poetry, and showing any sexual desire whatsoever. The root of the word hysteria, of course, comes from the Greek hystera, womb. The idea was that a woman's uterus wandered around her body like a disobedient cat, causing all sorts of mischief. Bloating, hysteria, weeping, hysteria, headaches, libido, restlessness, boredom, all uterine apparently. There's a rather telling case from 1871. A woman named Mary Hall was admitted to an asylum in Suffolk. Her file read, subject to talking rapidly, walking fast, and spending beyond her means. Has refused food and attempted to lecture the doctor. The diagnosis? Acute mania. The treatment? Seclusion, prayer, and warm milk. Recovery was not noted, but it wasn't all guesswork. Or at least, not entirely. Some practitioners attempted a more scientific approach. Enter phrenology, the study of the shape of the skull to determine personality and mental illness. A bump behind the ear meant you were impulsive. A dip above the brow suggested poor moral reasoning. If this sounds like nonsense, that's because it largely was. But it was taught, published, and practiced with all the solemnity of actual medicine. There were instruments too, measuring calipers, facial grids, and jawline analysis. Some alienists believed they could tell if someone was prone to madness simply by the angle of their cheekbones or the size of their ears. It was medicine by geometry. Diagnosis was rarely a collaborative process. Patients were spoken to, or at, notes were taken, sometimes drawings made, occasionally photographs were taken with long, slow exposures. The subjects sit unmoving, eyes dull. They rarely look into the lens. And once your diagnosis was inked into the ledger, that was it. It followed you everywhere. The staff read it, other doctors repeated it. Your family, if they visited, were reminded of it. Treatment was tailored to it. Discharge was delayed by it. Even the architecture of the asylum responded to your label. If you were deemed curable, you were placed in a ward with windows and perhaps a view of the garden. If you were deemed chronic, you were sent to the back buildings, dark, isolated, quieter, often out of sight and more often out of mind. And what about children? Yes, even children were diagnosed and confined. A boy with fits of rage might be labelled a lunatic. A girl who refused to speak was considered mentally defective. They were placed with adults, given similar treatments, and quite often forgotten. Perhaps the most tragic diagnosis of all was general paralysis of the insane. This was common among men, especially those in their 30s or 40s, and was marked by tremors, mood swings, and gradual collapse of mental faculties. Today, we know this as tertiary syphilis, but back then it was treated with warm baths and tonic wine. Prognosis, poor. Most died within months. One might assume the goal of diagnosis was to help, and for some doctors it truly was. The rise of moral treatment, a theory that madness could be eased through kindness, order and fresh air, was, in its way, revolutionary. The problem, of course, was in the practice. Moral treatment still meant no privacy, no autonomy, and punishments for disobedience. It meant being treated less like a person and more like a peculiar child in need of shaping. Your diagnosis could affect everything from your work duties to your meal portions, your bathing schedule, and your eligibility for letters. Some conditions were seen as violent, others as passive. All, however, required control. One mustn't forget the doctor's notebook. That's sacred text. Every conversation was recorded, however brief. Patient smiled too readily. Patient spoke of dead mother again. Patient remained quiet, suspicious. There was no winning. If you spoke, you were too confident. If you didn't, you were sullen. There's a rather dry line in an 1886 superintendent's report from York. It reads, "Several female patients showing improvement. One asked for ink and was denied, lest she become overstimulated. Heaven forbid one gets too excited over stationery. And what of the patients who weren't mad? Surely some were sane? Yes, undeniably so. But the tragedy is this. Once you were diagnosed and committed, your truth no longer mattered. A sane person protesting their innocence sounded rather a lot like a mad one insisting they were sane. And so the diagnosis stood. It outlived protest, outlived logic, and sometimes outlived the patient. Let us suppose you've settled into the asylum, or rather, the asylum has settled into you. You rise when told. You eat what's given. You respond with the right amount of meekness when the nurse says, "Good morning." So far, you've been assigned a diagnosis. Perhaps melancholia, or moral insanity, or the ever-fashionable hysteria. But now comes the part you've been dreading, whether you know it or not. Treatment. Or, as it might better be titled, things done to you in the name of science. The Victorians believed deeply in remedy, not simply containment. It wasn't enough to isolate the mad. One had to cleanse, correct, and if possible, convert them back into orderly, God-fearing citizens. The methods for doing so were many. Some were well-intentioned. Others, well, perhaps less so. Let us begin with the oldest and the most trusted of them all, bloodletting. The idea was as old as Hippocrates. Imbalance in the body's humours, blood, phlegm, black bile, yellow bile led to disease. In the case of madness, it was believed that the brain was overheated, congested. The solution? Release the pressure. A small incision in the arm. A few ounces drawn. Sometimes more, if the patient didn't faint too quickly. Leeches were popular too. Elegant, if you enjoy creatures that wriggle while they feed. They were placed behind the ears, on the temples, or on the spine. Quiet companions, but with a taste for the dramatic. Blistering followed a similar logic. Here, a chemical irritant, often cantharides derived from Spanish fly, was applied to the skin. It raised large, painful welts under the belief that the diverted pain would calm the mind. One might say it was an attempt to distract madness with misery, rather like setting your shoes on fire to cure a headache. Should that not work, purging was next. Castor oil, antimony, and yalap were administered to flush the bowels. Madness, they thought, might be stored in the gut. If they could empty the intestines with sufficient enthusiasm, perhaps the soul would follow. Of course, not all cures were so internally focused. Let us move now to the element of water, trusted by ancient physicians, and very much embraced by Victorian alienists. The cold plunge bath was perhaps the best known. Picture a large stone tub filled with water drawn from the well, unheated and unwelcoming. The patient, that is to say you, would be undressed, escorted in, and plunged unceremoniously under. The effect, they claimed, was calming. The effect, you might observe, was something closer to shock and gasping panic. Some remained in the bath for hours, wrapped in wet sheets, heads propped uncomfortably, water changed only when absolutely necessary. This was called the wet pack. You were essentially swaddled like an oversized infant and left to reflect upon your condition. Some patients slept, others screamed. Either response was noted. Then there were the douches, not the hygienic sort, mind you, but rather a stream of cold water poured from a height directly onto the head or spine. The desired effect? Reawakening the senses. The actual effect? A profound desire to be anywhere else. If water didn't work, perhaps rotation would. The rotatory chair, inspired by Erasmus Darwin, grandfather of the more famous Charles, was precisely what it sounds like. A chair hung from the ceiling, suspended like a swing. The patient was strapped in, and then spun, sometimes slowly, sometimes quite enthusiastically. Some doctors claimed it produced unconsciousness within 100 revolutions. Others merely used it to inspire submission. It was said to rebalance the fluids of the inner ear. Patients mostly reported nausea, and the occasional vision of angels or devils. Now, if you happened to be suffering from what was considered a more delicate condition, for instance, female hysteria, your treatment would differ slightly. Enter the rest cure, made popular by Dr. Silas Weir Mitchell. It sounds pleasant, doesn't it? Like something involving blankets and warm soup. And it did, at first, but the rest cure required complete bed rest, for weeks, even months. No reading, no conversation, no writing, no visitors, no standing unless escorted. Meals were taken lying down, the body atrophied, the mind was expected to submit. This cure was most often prescribed to women of intellect, writers, artists, readers of novels, those who found the constraints of 19th century womanhood a little too snug. The logic was simple. If the mind resists, the body will be restrained until it complies. The writer Charlotte Perkins Gilman underwent the rest cure. She later wrote The Yellow Wallpaper, a tale of creeping madness in a locked room. One might say the treatment worked a little too well. For men, especially those suffering melancholia or religious delusions, moral therapy was the gold standard. This approach was kinder in theory. Patients were encouraged to work, to engage in routine, to avoid idle thoughts. Gardening, laundry, letter writing, no restraint, if possible. But morality was enforced with all the rigidity of Victorian sensibility. If you failed to improve, failed to behave, then the leather restraints returned. The seclusion room reopened. You were helped back into discipline. By the mid-century, a more shocking option emerged: electricity. The earliest experiments used galvanism, named after Luigi Galvani, who famously made a frog's leg twitch with a jolt. In the asylum, electrodes were placed on the temples or spine. A gentle current was passed through, gentle being a relative term. The patient's limbs might jerk, their teeth clench. One might weep or laugh involuntarily. Some doctors took this as a promising sign. The machine itself was often wheeled in like a prized piano, shiny, brass-tipped, and mysterious. Alienists believed they were awakening dormant nerves. Patients believed they were being punished for sins they couldn't remember. Hydroelectric baths were also used. The patient sat in a tub, while mild currents pulsed through the water. A warm embrace, if your idea of warmth includes involuntary twitching. Still, others preferred more natural methods: air, sunlight, simplicity. The York Retreat, founded by Quakers, rejected harsh treatment in favour of calmness and prayer. Patients wore ordinary clothes, not uniforms. They dined with the staff. They walked in gardens. Their names were remembered. It worked, sometimes. But it was rare, expensive, and not easily replicated in the larger state-run asylums. Which brings us, inevitably, to restraint. Despite the supposed age of non-restraint beginning in the 1830s, led by men like Dr. John Connolly, who abolished physical restraints at Hanwell Asylum, many institutions quietly continued the practice. Straitjackets, muffs, leg locks, belts, handcuffs, and crib beds, a sort of adult-sized cage, were all used as needed. Often, the goal wasn't punishment, but convenience. A difficult patient needed watching. A strapped patient, less so. One might be confined for resisting food, or for shouting in prayer, or quite simply for asking to go home too many times. The justification was always the same: protection. Of the patient, of the staff, of the fragile order the asylum tried to maintain. Of course, not every treatment left physical scars. Some were psychological. Patients were encouraged, or forced, to confess to imaginary crimes, to renounce their delusions, to sit day after day in silence. The goal was to break the will, then slowly to rebuild it with obedience, order, and the occasional hymn. Were these methods effective? Well, that depends on how one measures success. Some patients did leave the asylum. Some even said they felt better. But many, far too many, remained. Years turned to decades. Their treatment ceased to change, even if they did. Their case files gathered dust. Their diagnoses remained frozen. By the end of the century, newer ideas were emerging. Psychoanalysis in Europe, early neurology, but these had not yet reached the long halls of the county asylum. Here, you are still treated with carbolic, prayer, and cold baths. You are still silenced, still watched, still cared for by a system more interested in your stillness than your story. And so you endured the cures, one by one. The blister, the bath, the battery, each applied with equal parts conviction and confusion. After all, how do you fix something you cannot see? You simply try everything, and you do it again, and again, until the patient is quiet, or gone, or both. You may think that life inside a Victorian asylum was dramatic. Chaos, screaming, padded walls, and flailing patients. But the truth, far more unsettling, is this. It was quiet, dreadfully, oppressively quiet. A life ruled not by chaos, but by routine. In here, the sun doesn't rise because it's morning. It rises because the night attendant unlocks the door at 5. Always 5. You're already awake, probably. Few people sleep well in a place like this. The beds squeak, the pipes groan. Someone weeps softly in the next bed. Another whispers to herself about crows. But at 5 o'clock, the day begins. Precisely. There is no alarm bell, just footsteps. The rustle of uniforms, the clatter of pails. You rise without being told. Not out of eagerness, but from long habit. Resistance is noted. Everything is noted. The wash basins are cold, always cold. Each ward has a row of them, chipped porcelain under a narrow window. The soap smells like coal tar and hopelessness. You scrub. Not because you feel unclean, but because someone will look behind your ears to see if you have. Dressing comes next. If you're a pauper, your clothing is institutional grey, wool in winter, cotton in summer. The fit is never quite right. Buttons missing. A hem let down too far. If you're a private patient, you may wear your own things, but only if they're deemed appropriate. No lace, no dark colours, nothing that suggests melancholy or extravagance. Breakfast is at 6. You file into the dining hall in rows, no talking. Just the sound of feet on stone, benches scraping the floor, and the dull murmur of a nurse giving out plates. The food is functional. Porridge, bread, weak tea. It arrives warm if you're lucky, and rarely with flavour. Butter is for the staff. You eat slowly, not too slowly. Finish everything. Leave nothing. Anything else might mean you're regressing. At 6:30, the day truly begins. 7 o'clock, assembly and supervised work you are expected to contribute. Idleness is not just wasteful, it is morally suspect. The Victorians feared what might happen if a lunatic were left with their own thoughts. So, you work. If you are a woman, you may be sent to the laundry, where enormous copper vats boil linen, and the air hangs heavy with steam and the sharp bite of lye. You scrub sheets until your hands blister. And if you do it well, and quietly, it may be marked in your chart as cooperative behaviour. Others are assigned to the needle room, repairing uniforms or sewing sheets. No embroidery, mind you, just straight lines, no flourishes. Flourishes suggest delusion. Men are often sent to the gardens, where they rake gravel paths into perfect lines, only for wind or footsteps to erase them hours later. Or the carpentry shed, where dull tools and heavy supervision keep both furniture and tempers from splintering. There is also work in the kitchens, boiler rooms, coal stores, and morgue, though the latter is rarely assigned, unless you are particularly well behaved, or particularly forgettable. 10 o'clock, inspection. The doctor arrives, sometimes the superintendent himself. sometimes a junior alienist with a stiff collar and eager notebook. You're called forward by surname, not by title. You sit straight, hands folded. He asks how you are feeling. There is only one correct answer. Better, sir. He asks if the voices have gone. If you had any, they have. For now. He writes something in your chart. You're not told what. Sometimes he asks you to read from a Bible or recite the date. Occasionally he performs a brief physical exam, checking your pulse, your tongue, your pupils. No privacy. You learn to detach. They are not examining you after all. Only the madness that wears your face. 11 o'clock. Walks and air. If the weather is mild and your behaviour has not offended anyone recently, you may be permitted outside. The asylum gardens are orderly, not lush. Gravel paths bordered by clipped hedges. Iron benches every 20 yards. Trees planted in rows. Nature here is not for pleasure. It is for order. You walk in a loop. Men with men. Women with women. No touching. No straying from the path. There is always an attendant nearby, jangling his keys like a metronome of vigilance. And yet it is the highlight of the day. The air smells of damp earth. A crow caws somewhere. You feel for a moment human again, even if your shoes are 2 sizes too large and your coat smells faintly of the last person to wear it. Noon, lunch. Back in the dining hall, the meal is heartier. Boiled meat, usually mutton, with root vegetables that have surrendered all texture. There may be broth, cloudy and lukewarm. Sometimes a boiled pudding, dense enough to bruise if dropped. Conversation is discouraged. Laughter is suspicious. Silence is safest. After lunch, you may be returned to work, or sent to the day room where you are to sit quietly and not disturb others. Newspapers are a privilege. Books must be approved. The Bible is always acceptable. Dickens is tolerated. Byron is not. There is a piano. Occasionally someone plays. Always hymns. No Chopin. No Wagner. A woman once tried to play something passionate. She was corrected. 3 o'clock. Recreation supervised. Sometimes the staff organises entertainments. A reading. A hymn-singing session. In wealthier asylums, a magic lantern show. Once a conjurer was brought in. He pulled a dove from a hat. The patients wept. It was the first unexpected thing they'd seen in years. More commonly, there are games, drafts, dominoes, no cards. Cards suggest gambling, and gambling leads to sin. In some institutions, dances were held monthly. Men on one side, women on the other. A nurse stood between them. The music was soft, the dancing stiffer than the punch. 5 o'clock. Supper bread. Cheese. Tea. If you're lucky, there is jam. If you're unlucky, the bread is stale. A man once asked for butter on his slice. He was placed in seclusion for agitated entitlement. 6 o'clock. Prayers. The chaplain reads a passage. You do not choose the verse. You bow your head. Even if you no longer believe, it is safer to pretend. Blessed are the meek, he says. You do not look up. 7 o'clock. To bed, back to the ward. Or your room, if you are fortunate. Nightgowns folded at the foot of the bed. The attendants begin their rounds. You climb beneath the blanket. It is thin in winter. There is no fire in the pauper wards. The private patients get coal, the poor get coughs. The lights are dimmed. Not off. Darkness is discouraged. Too much shadow invites madness, they say, as if it needed an invitation. Outside, an owl calls once. You hear it only faintly. The walls are thick. Everything here is thick. The walls, the silence, the air. And then the night begins. Night You do not sleep well. No one does. There are sounds, whispers, soft weeping, the scrape of a bed leg, a muffled shout, occasionally a scream, sudden, sharp, quickly muffled by footsteps, and a door that opens and closes without ceremony. If it is not your scream, you remain still. Sometimes the nurse makes rounds with a lantern. It flickers on each bed for a moment, then moves on. You are not permitted to lock your door, even if you have one. Privacy is too dangerous. You are watched even while dreaming. Repeat. And in the morning, 5 o'clock, the steps return. The day begins again. Each hour measured, each movement observed. Days bleed into weeks, weeks into years. And that is life in the asylum. Not madness, not violence, but repetition. A life made small enough to manage, predictable enough to contain. The Victorian Asylum was not designed to cure. It was designed to keep still. And you now are very still indeed. In the eyes of the Victorian Asylum, madness wore a dress. It stitched itself into corsets, whispered behind lace gloves, and bloomed, most inconveniently, just as a woman reached childbearing age. According to the doctors, of course. For women in the 19th century, the asylum was not merely a place of medical intervention, it was a social mechanism, a moral safeguard, and often a final answer to the inconvenient question of what to do with a woman who refused to behave. The diagnosis? That part was easy. She was hysterical, or morally insane, or suffering from puerperal mania, melancholia, or the deliciously vague mania without delirium. The treatment? Well, you already know how that goes. Let's begin with what the era believed about the female mind. To the Victorian doctor, a woman's mental health was deeply entwined with her biology, especially her reproductive organs. The womb in particular bore much of the blame. It was a migratory organ, apparently. It could travel inside the body, disrupting digestion, polluting thoughts, and instigating sin. This wandering womb, known since ancient times as hystera, gave rise to that infamous diagnosis, hysteria, a condition that could conveniently explain nearly any behaviour a woman might exhibit. If she cried too much, hysteria. If she didn't cry at all, hysteria. If she read too much, walked alone, laughed at the wrong moment, or declined a suitor, hysteria. And best of all, it was treatable. In theory. Often indefinitely. Consider Eliza B., age 31, admitted to an asylum in 1873, formerly a governess. Well-read, intelligent. She was brought in by her brother for what he described as dangerous independence. She'd refused 2 marriage proposals. She had opinions about politics. She had taken to writing poetry. Her chart read, talks of liberty, refuses religion, reads novels. Diagnosis, moral insanity. Prescribed treatment, seclusion, needlework, supervised silence. You see, in Victorian England, mental illness in women was often diagnosed through the lens of impropriety. The more a woman deviated from the ideal, modest, docile, silent, the more likely she was to be labelled mad. Let's turn now to the admission process. How did a woman find herself locked behind asylum walls? The answer, most often, was by someone else's decision. A father, a husband, a son, a clergyman, a doctor. Any one of these could begin the paperwork. 2 certificates, 1 medical, 1 legal, and you were removed from society. No trial, no consent, just a signature. Some women were brought by force. Others lured in with the promise of a seaside trip or a new housekeeper's post. a woman could be institutionalized for grief, for postnatal depression, for menopausal symptoms, for epilepsy, for disobedience, for attempting to leave an unhappy marriage, or quite simply for being alone and poor. And once inside, there were no guarantees of ever leaving again. The asylum itself was divided strictly by sex. Male wards, female wards, separate buildings in many institutions, with separate staircases, courtyards, and even entrances. Interactions between the sexes were controlled, supervised, and often discouraged altogether. But the divisions went deeper than architecture. There was a difference in expectation. Men were to be restored to productivity, returned to work, to public life. Women? Women were to be returned to propriety. Their cure was not measured in employment, but in etiquette. Were they calm? Were they agreeable? Were they modest, humble, repentant? That was health, as defined by the asylum. Let's walk through the daily life of a female patient. Mornings began at 5, always 5. You were roused by nurses, washed in cold water, inspected for lice, illness, or signs of unrest. Your hair, if not already cropped, was brushed and bound. Then came breakfast. Porridge and weak tea, taken in silence, seated in long rows. You were not allowed to choose your seat, or your food, or your company. After breakfast, labour. The asylum was a factory, and women were the workforce. You boiled sheets in the laundry, your hands scalded raw. You scrubbed floors, sewed uniforms, patched blankets. Everything you touched belonged to the institution. And your labour? It was called therapeutic. Of course, should you protest, if your hands shook, or your fingers bled, or you simply sat down without asking, it was logged. Refusal of duty, patient sullen, suspected decline in moral resolve. Should you behave well, you might be permitted recreation, singing hymns, folding paper, reading approved texts, always religious, rarely poetic, no Jane Eyre, no Shelley, no romances of any kind. Your body too was regulated. Nurses tracked your menstrual cycle with clipboard precision. Any deviation from the calendar was noted. Late bleeding, increase in agitation. Menstruation aligned with outburst. Some doctors believed hysteria flared with the tides of the womb. Others tried to suppress menstruation entirely, with cold baths, restricted diets, or tight abdominal bindings. You were not consulted. And then there were the more extreme interventions. If you refused to speak, isolation. If you spoke too much, sedation. If you cried at night, chloral hydrate. If you screamed, cold packs, soaked in icy water, wrapped tightly around your arms, chest, and legs until the shrieking stopped. Or you passed out, whichever came first. And if nothing worked, if you continued to challenge authority, if you threw your doll across the room, or refused to bow your head at chapel, then came the ultimate solution: surgery. From the 1860s onward, a small number of alienists began advocating for ovarian removal in female patients. They called it oophorectomy, and they believed that by removing the reproductive organs, they could silence the madness. Patients with excessive desire, hysterical outbreaks, or persistent melancholia were deemed eligible. The operation was crude, painful, and often deadly. Infection was common. Many women died within days. Others survived, but were left sterile, obedient, quiet. The procedure was rarely advertised in public reports, but it happened, behind locked doors, on operating tables stained with blood and ambition. And then there was puerperal insanity, a diagnosis reserved for women following childbirth. Symptoms included depression, hallucinations, refusal to nurse, or confusion. In truth, we now know it as postnatal depression or postpartum psychosis. In the Victorian Asylum, it was seen as a moral failing, a woman rejecting her most sacred duty. Some women were institutionalized within days of giving birth, their children sent to relatives, or orphanages, or into the care of someone who simply didn't ask too many questions. Some recovered, some never saw their babies again. Now let us consider religion. The asylum was a spiritual place in its way. Chaplains held services each week. Psalms were sung, prayers said, morality reinforced. But religion had boundaries. Too little faith was cause for concern. Too much? A sign of delusion. A woman who fasted too long, or claimed to see angels, or insisted she'd been chosen by God. Well, she'd likely be placed in the excitable ward. It was a delicate balance. One must believe, but not too vividly. Some women were sent to the asylum for masturbation, or for being suspected of it. Others for immoral conduct, which might mean a love letter or an overheard moan in the night. Sexuality in women, particularly desire, was viewed as pathological. A man might be excused for urges. A woman, she was a patient, a danger to herself and others. Thus, the asylum became a kind of moral quarantine, a place where unacceptable women were sorted, labelled and softened, until they could either be released back into society or folded into the long-term ward, where time stretched on without resistance. Some tried to escape. A few climbed fences, bribed attendants, or simply walked out when no one was watching. Most were caught. Some were punished. Others vanished into statistics. Absconded. Missing. Presumed deceased. Inside, the female wards were filled with long silences. Patients sat in circles, mending linen that would never be worn by them. They folded bandages, braided their own hair, memorized verses, watched the nurses watching them. Some formed quiet friendships, sat on the same bench every day, smiled across the sewing table. Others withdrew entirely, stared at walls for hours, stopped speaking, or recited the same story over and over until no one listened. And yet, even within that stifled world, women resisted. Some refused food. Some refused to pray. Some screamed when no one else would. One woman tore up her hymn book and said she was rewriting Genesis. Another swallowed a teaspoon and smiled at the doctor who came to retrieve it. These acts, small, strange, inconvenient, were labelled symptoms. But sometimes they were all the patient had left. Eventually time flattened them. Their hair greyed, their charts grew thicker. Their families stopped writing. They were transferred to the chronic ward, given a number, fed on schedule, died in their beds. Sometimes their bodies were claimed. More often, they were buried on asylum grounds. A stone, a number, a line in the ledger. Let us pause here, because perhaps the most tragic thing of all is this. Many of the women in the asylum were never mad, only marginal, unwanted, too loud, too sad, too clever, too poor, too unmarried again, or too unwilling to smile on demand. The Victorian Asylum didn't just treat madness. It defined it, confined it, named it after women. And in the end, it forgot them. Quietly, efficiently, with good posture and well-tended gardens. You can hear their footsteps long before you see them, rubber soles on stone floors, the soft jangle of a ring of keys, a cough, the shuffle of skirts or the clatter of boots. In the Victorian Asylum, staff did not sneak. They loomed. Their presence was everywhere. Yet somehow they remained just out of reach. Their hands held your medicine. Their eyes watched your behaviour. Their pens scratched your file, noting down your small outbursts, your progress, your silence. You could go weeks without a proper conversation, but you could not go 5 minutes without supervision. Let us meet them, shall we? At the top of the hierarchy sat the superintendent, the chief physician and administrative head of the asylum. He was a man of letters, often with a background in alienism, the then preferred term for psychiatry. And like many Victorian doctors, he possessed equal measures of scientific curiosity and unshakable authority. His word was law. He determined your diagnosis. He approved your treatments. He recommended your release, or, more often, didn't. Superintendents were expected to be part scientist, part clergyman, part governor. He presided over the asylum like a ship's captain, issuing orders from his office and inspecting wards with a slow, steady pace, nodding gravely. He might have spoken to you once, perhaps during your admission, and never again. Some were reformers. Dr. John Connolly, for instance, famously abolished mechanical restraints at the Hanwell Asylum in the 1830s, replacing chains with calming routines, proper food, and moral treatment. But for every Connolly, there were half a dozen whose reforms remained mostly theoretical, while the wards groaned under neglect. They wore frock coats. They read the Lancet. They believed in phrenology for longer than anyone should have. But they were, by and large, sincere in their mission. To catalogue, categorise, and when possible cure. Next in line was the matron. If the superintendent was the head, she was the spine. She ruled the female wards with a quiet ferocity. Her boots were always polished, her skirts pressed, her hair tightly coiled in a bun that might very well have been welded there. The matron's duties included overseeing the female patients, managing the nurses, and maintaining order. She inspected everything: linens, hands, mouths, and heaven help you if your bed wasn't made with military precision. You were mad, yes, but that was no excuse for untidiness. She was part nurse, part drill sergeant, part mother, though rarely the warm kind. There are surviving accounts of patients trembling at her approach, not for fear of violence, but because she might simply disapprove. And in the asylum, disapproval was a kind of sentence. Her power was absolute, but quietly wielded. She enforced cleanliness. She ensured regular meals. She reported disobedience. She sometimes wrote letters to patients' families, though rarely with much warmth. Her job was to maintain order, not sentiment. She rarely smiled, but on certain spring mornings, if the sun filtered through the high windows just right and a patient had managed a coherent sentence, she might nod. And that nod, in this world, was everything. The bulk of the staff, especially in the lower wards, were male attendants and female nurses. They were not doctors. Most were not trained in any formal way. They were hired for their strength, reliability, and general obedience. Attendants worked 12-hour shifts, often longer. They administered meals, cleaned chambers, walked patients in exercise yards, and restrained those in crisis. They carried the straitjackets, they fetched the leeches, they turned the keys. Some were kind. A rare few read aloud to patients, smuggled in biscuits, or simply listened without judgment. But most were tired, overworked, underpaid, and trapped in the same walls as the patients, though allowed to go home at night. Discipline among attendants varied wildly. Some struck patients with impunity. Others took bribes from families to offer special treatment. A few, tragically, saw patients as entertainment rather than people. One patient in Colney Hatch described an attendant as a man who watched us with the eyes of a cat and the patience of a clock. It was meant as praise. The man was firm but fair. Another described being thrown into a cold bath after shouting in the hallway. The incident was not recorded in any staff ledger. At night, the asylum did not rest. It merely quieted. And in that muffled dark, the night staff moved. Night nurses walked the wards with lanterns, checking beds, calming fits, and ensuring that no one tried to escape through the lavatory windows. A surprisingly popular route, though rarely successful. They carried clipboards and oil lamps, wrapped shawls tight against the cold stone walls. Many of them were widows or spinsters, women with no other employment options. They were considered respectable, but expendable. Their work was solitary, often frightening. They were expected to manage violent outbursts alone until help could be summoned. In the stillness of the asylum night, the smallest sounds became magnified, the clink of metal, the creak of a bed frame, the whisper of breath. Some night nurses told of hearing voices in empty corridors. Others refused to discuss such things. They did their job, wrote their reports, and disappeared at dawn. Down by the entrance, half visible through the front hall, was the porter. He had one of the most overlooked, yet crucial jobs. He controlled the doors. He answered the bell. He received deliveries. He escorted visitors to the reception parlour. He was the last person patients saw on their way in, and the first they'd beg for release. The porter knew every route, every shortcut, every fire door. He also held the ledger, the thick, leather-bound book, where admissions and deaths were logged with precise, looping handwriting. He rarely spoke, but he saw everything. Though not medical staff, the chaplain was a fixture in many asylums. He conducted Sunday services in the asylum chapel, often sparsely attended, and offered spiritual counsel to those deemed stable enough to benefit from it. His sermons, delivered in steady baritone, were often about suffering, endurance, and salvation. He reminded patients that their pain had purpose, that their trials were known to God. For some, this brought comfort. For others, irritation. The chaplain also conducted funerals. These were small affairs. A coffin, a few staff, and a prayer. The patients who had known the deceased were usually not invited. The grounds behind the asylum grew quietly full. It would be comforting to say the staff were either good or bad, but like the rest of the asylum, the truth was greyer than that. Some nurses wrote poetry about their patients. One in Edinburgh wrote that she dreamt of one woman every night for weeks after her death, as if her soul had not yet left the room. Others inflicted punishments under the guise of discipline. One attendant at Lancaster Moor was dismissed for dragging a patient by the hair down a corridor. The investigation took 6 weeks. The patient's file had already been marked troublesome. At times, the line between patient and staff blurred. A former patient, released after 7 years, was later hired as a kitchen assistant in the same asylum. She stirred soup beside the matron, who once supervised her confinement. Even the superintendent could feel it, that quiet dread. One wrote in his private diary in 1882, "I sometimes wonder, in my silent walks through the dormitories, whether I too have begun to lose the tether of reason. The eyes of the patients, They reflect something I dare not name. The staff bore witness. They saw men retreat into silence, women lose language, children cry without cause. They watched first delusions, then resignation, then vacancy. And they kept notes. They also kept secrets. Abuse was rarely documented. Lapses in care were buried under euphemisms like accidental fall or unresponsive. Families were told only what was deemed respectable. But to some patients, a kind attendant could be a lifeline. A nurse who whispered their name gently instead of shouting it. An orderly who made sure they got the warmest blanket on the coldest night. These moments didn't make it into the ledgers, but they were remembered. Now imagine yourself among them, in your bed, eyes just open. You hear the matron's steps. You smell the faint coal smoke on the nurse's skirt. The superintendent's voice echoes from the hall, speaking Latin phrases to no one in particular. A key turns, a door opens. The attendant calls your name, or the version of it he can pronounce. It's time for your cold bath. You rise, because not rising has consequences. The floor is cold, your slippers are gone again. And the nurse does not meet your eyes this morning. She's tired. You understand. You're tired too. And the day has only just begun. You sit in a hard-backed wooden chair while the doctor scans your face, scribbling into his notebook with a long, scratchy pen. He doesn't ask how you're feeling. He doesn't ask what you've been through. Instead, he observes the tilt of your head, the tremble in your hand, the gap between your answers. Then he writes a word. Melancholia. Or maybe it's hysteria. Perhaps dementia precox. Perhaps you're simply listed as morally defective. The words matter, but not in the way you might hope. Because in a Victorian asylum, diagnosis is less about treatment than it is about classification. And once you are labelled, the label sticks. There were hundreds of entries in the record books, and more every year. The language was florid, speculative, and often revealing of more than just the patient's mind. It told you what society feared, what it didn't understand, and what it was desperate to control. Take hysteria, for instance. A popular choice for women, especially those with opinions. Symptoms included weeping, disobedience, refusal to marry, or a tendency to faint when being told what to do. Doctors could diagnose it from a single glance, often without speaking a word to the patient. Treatment ranged from cold water dousing to isolation, though some private clinics favoured rather more intrusive methods involving vibrating devices and supervised sedation. The term, derived from the Greek for womb, was quietly retired in the 20th century. But for the women committed under it, it lingered far longer. Melancholia was broader. Anyone could be melancholic. The farmer who stopped eating, the widow who wouldn't leave her bed, the poet who spoke only in whispers. Some saw it as a cousin to sadness, but others, more worryingly, viewed it as a kind of moral failing, a weakness of character. The cure? Fresh air, labour, cold baths? If that didn't help, restraint and darkness were available. There was mania, of course, defined broadly as excessive energy, disobedience, or shouting at the sky. Patients who ran instead of walked, laughed too loudly, or painted their walls with their soup might be diagnosed with acute mania. It required supervision, isolation, and often the use of restraints. A man once wrote 20 letters in one night and was committed for mania. The letters, sadly, were never posted. More specific diagnoses had their moment too. Religious mania became fashionable during revivals. A patient found praying too fervently, quoting scripture obsessively, or believing themselves chosen by God was considered afflicted. For this, the asylum offered not spiritual guidance, but silence and distance. Then there was puerperal insanity, postnatal mental illness. It was a genuine and deeply distressing condition, though often misunderstood. Women who struggled after childbirth, who heard voices or experienced paranoia, were committed for months or years. Many never saw their babies again. Epilepsy, today seen as a neurological condition, was listed in many asylums as a form of madness, not because of its symptoms, but because of the fear it inspired in others. Epileptics were often housed in locked wards, away from the rest. Some were restrained full time. The seizures, it was believed, signalled demonic possession, or at least a dangerous instability. There were diagnoses so vague they bordered on poetry: imaginary female troubles, novel reading, overstudy, and even excessive tea drinking. A woman in Bath was committed for excessive use of the intellect. Her case notes indicated she had written several essays on natural history. No mention of how the essays were received, only that she was subsequently quiet and uncooperative. She remained in the asylum for 8 years. Men, too, were not spared the vagaries of diagnosis. Drunkenness, once considered moral failing, became medicalised. The dipsomaniac was now ill, not wicked. This helped some avoid prison, though it rarely led to effective treatment. Delirium tremens, hallucinations from alcohol withdrawal, was common in the wards. So too were fights, broken windows, and blackened eyes. Masturbation was considered both cause and symptom. Victorian medicine linked it to insanity, weakness, and spiritual decline. Young men caught in the act were sometimes committed outright, or sent to special facilities for correction. The belief persisted, reinforced by lectures, pamphlets, and the occasional bracing application of carbolic soap. The asylums themselves published annual reports, cataloguing patient conditions with grim pride. Tables listed causes: grief, fright, love affairs, poverty, sunstroke. One listed overexertion in the tropics, another blamed loss of a lawsuit. Diagnosis wasn't just about the mind, it was about context. A working-class man with delusions might be labelled a lunatic. A wealthy man with the same symptoms might be called eccentric, or better yet, melancholic. One could be treated at home, the other never seen again. And once inside, your diagnosis followed you. Every incident, every word, was interpreted through it. If you cried, it proved your melancholy. If you grew silent, it confirmed your catatonia. If you smiled, it was noted as suspiciously cheerful. There was no winning, only endurance. Files grew thick with observations. Nurses scribbled notes at the foot of beds. Patient refused dinner. Patient shouted at the window. Patient quiet but staring. Everything was evidence, even silence. There were also pseudoscientific measurements. The circumference of your skull, the slope of your brow, the shape of your jaw. Phrenology charts were consulted, and skulls mapped like strange landscapes. A bump behind the left ear might indicate destructiveness. A flat forehead? Poor reasoning. Photographs were taken too. Not for identification, but for study. Patients were posed against blank walls, often with slates identifying their case number and diagnosis. The expressions captured were not madness, but confusion, exhaustion, weariness, and yet they were entered into journals as evidence. Once labelled, your treatment followed suit. The melancholic might be assigned solitary walks. The hysteric received cold baths. The maniac, restraints. The dementia patient was left to wander the padded cell. The goal was not always recovery but containment. There were reformers who questioned this. Henry Maudsley, for one, criticised the obsession with classification. He argued that madness was not a fixed thing, but a spectrum, affected by body, environment, and circumstance. But his ideas were slow to take root. The asylum system preferred labels. They fit nicely in files. They justified budgets. They explained away discomfort, even when those labels changed nothing for the person who carried them. There were rare instances of re-diagnosis. A patient might be moved from mania to hypochondriasis after 6 years, or from idiocy to chronic melancholia. The files would be updated. The treatment, rarely. Occasionally someone was released, their file stamped recovered or relieved. They went home, often to families who no longer recognised them, or to parishes that had already marked them as lost. Many returned within a year. Others vanished into workhouses or quietly died. Those who remained were sometimes moved, reshuffled like forgotten parcels. When an asylum reached capacity, patients were transferred to sister institutions, their diagnoses copied over in shaky handwriting. Some files were lost entirely. In the end, the diagnosis became a kind of grave marker. It summarised a person in a single phrase. It outlived them. It explained them, however poorly, to a world that had stopped asking questions. A woman died in 1893. Her file read, chronic mania, refused food, refused speech, died in sleep. That was all. Not her name, not her story. Just the diagnosis and the end. Today, if you sat in that same chair, the questions might be different. The doctor might look you in the eye. He might ask how long it had hurt, what had changed, what you feared. But in the Victorian Asylum, you were not asked. You were defined. And once defined, you were filed away. In a long corridor. In a locked room. In a ledger thick with other names. Other labels. Other lives forgotten. In the Victorian Asylum, time stretched on like mist in a locked corridor. Most who entered never expected to leave. Some didn't know they had arrived, and others, a small but restless few, refused to accept that this was their end. They paced the wards, watched the staff, memorised the hinges of the outer gates, and waited for opportunity, for carelessness, for a chance, however small, to run. This is the story of those who tried to escape. There's something deeply human about the instinct to flee. It doesn't require full sanity, only a sense that somewhere beyond the fence, life must be better than this. In some cases, that instinct burned white hot. In others, it smouldered slowly for years. But whatever the form, escape from a Victorian asylum was a dangerous game, because the walls didn't just keep people in, they kept everything else out. Truth, sympathy, and worst of all, memory. Let us begin with the architecture. Victorian asylums were not built for comfort. They were built for control. Long corridors, high ceilings, and iron-reinforced doors. Windows were often barred, or if not, made of thick leaded glass too high to reach without a stool. Floors were stone or linoleum, chosen not for aesthetics, but for the satisfying echo of footfalls, helpful when counting steps in the dark. And most importantly, the boundary wall. This was no quaint garden hedge. The perimeter wall, typically 12 to 15 feet high, encircled the entire grounds like a question no one wanted to answer. Some were made of red brick, others grey stone. All were topped with inward-facing spikes or broken glass embedded in concrete. One medical superintendent in 1867 proudly noted, "No patient has passed our wall since its elevation, not by force nor by ingenuity." He was wrong. Escape attempts were far more common than the official reports admitted. For each successful flight, there were 10 failures. And for each failure, there were 100 intentions. Whispers in the dormitory. Scrawls on paper. A stocking hidden under a mattress, tied into rope. And they came from all types. The melancholic and the maniacal. The criminal and the gentle. The delusional and the clear-eyed. Not all who ran were mad. Not all who stayed were sane. Take John T., age 42. Committed for religious mania. A former school teacher, prone to quoting scripture backwards and refusing pork. John observed the attendants closely, noted their habits, and one winter morning in 1882, while the staff changed shifts and the fog lay heavy over the airing court, he disappeared. He used a ladder from the gardening shed, stashed behind the tall wall weeks before. No one had noticed or cared. He was found 3 days later, half frozen, wandering near a canal. He told police he was on his way to Nineveh. He was returned, no longer allowed outdoors. The gardening shed was locked permanently. And then there was Miss Charlotte E., age 28, committed for moral insanity after repeated attempts to leave her employer's house in the middle of the night. Charlotte believed she was being poisoned. Whether true or not was never determined. In the asylum, she remained quiet for months, ate her meals, folded linens, smiled. Then one evening, during the weekly promenade, she darted behind the chapel and climbed the outer fence using a discarded pail and her own hands, bloodied on the glass. She made it 2 miles before collapsing from exhaustion, returned, restrained, then relocated to the chronic ward for her own safety. Her chart reads, restless tendency, improved under confinement, no further attempts. One wonders what she saw in those 2 miles. What air tasted like after the ward. Whether she dreamed of it still. Not all escape attempts were so graceful. Some patients attempted to scale walls with torn sheets. Others dressed in nurse uniforms sewn from stolen linen. One man tried to walk out disguised as a visiting reverend, complete with a fake collar fashioned from a page of Psalms. He nearly succeeded until he asked for wine at the door and quoted the wrong gospel. He was detained, rebuked, and denied communion for a month. Not for the attempt, but for misquoting scripture. A particular concern for superintendents were women who tried to run. Victorian ideals placed women at the centre of the domestic sphere, but once inside the asylum, women were stripped of their femininity, and any effort to reclaim autonomy, especially physically, was considered doubly offensive. A woman climbing a wall? Scandalous. A woman walking alone along a country road? Indecent. Thus, female escapees were often punished more harshly. Seclusion, ice baths, and in some cases, removal of outdoor privileges altogether for all female patients. Because if one misbehaved, the logic went, perhaps they all might. Then there were the elopers, couples who attempted escape together. These were rare, but not unknown. In 1879, a melancholic woman and a male patient with erotic delusions disappeared during a Sunday walk. The staff believed they had fled together, although no proof of a plan was found. They were discovered 6 hours later, hiding in a barn. She was weeping. He was asleep, returned, separated. She was reassigned to the dementia ward. He was sent to seclusion for 10 days and denied tobacco for 3 months. Their names were never again recorded on the same day. Sometimes assistance came from outside. A sympathetic sister, a bribed attendant, a clever child with access to keys. One story tells of a patient who escaped dressed in a gardener's smock. It was later discovered his cousin worked on the grounds. The cousin was dismissed, the patient never found. Rumours placed him in Scotland, or America, or married with 4 children in Derbyshire. The superintendent simply wrote, "Lost to the record." But most escape attempts failed, some tragically. One woman, reportedly in good spirits, attempted to flee across a frozen pond behind the asylum. The ice cracked. She was found hours later. Her death was ruled accidental. Her chart updated with a final note. Previously restless, now at peace. Another patient, a deaf man institutionalized for idiocy, ran into the road and was struck by a horse-drawn coal cart. His death too was quieted. No inquiry. Just another line in the book. What drove them? Hope, of course. Or fear. Or clarity. The cruel kind that comes when you realise no one intends to come for you. But also the knowledge that the outside world, however unforgiving, still held the illusion of freedom. The asylum was orderly, yes. Clean, sometimes. Predictable, always. But it was not freedom. Every room was watched. Every word could be recorded. Every action questioned. In the asylum, even the birds were locked behind glass. The staff, of course, had their own views. Some admired escapees in secret. A nurse once whispered, "If they can climb the gate, they deserve the view." Others were less charitable. To them, escape attempts were proof of illness, evidence of poor moral training, a reason to increase medication or cut outdoor privileges for all. No one liked a reminder that the walls weren't perfect, that sometimes, just sometimes, a soul inside remembered what it meant to resist. And let us not forget the escapees who returned willingly. There were a few. One man left during a delivery, walked 5 miles, ate a meat pie, then returned. Said he'd forgotten how loud the world was. Too many voices. Too many choices. He preferred the quiet, the routine, the same gruel every day, the same voice reading Proverbs. He died 6 years later. Peacefully, they said, in the bed nearest the window. By the late 19th century, escape prevention became an obsession. Locks were upgraded, uniforms more closely monitored, staff trained in rapid response, gardens were redesigned, with sunken fencing invisible from the patient side. A trick of landscape, like a painting that only revealed its cruelty when you stepped too far. Dogs were considered at some institutions. Motion alarms, brighter lanterns, anything to preserve the idea that the asylum was secure, not just physically, but morally, that those within were here by right, that their place was appropriate, that no one could, or should, want to leave. But escape still happened, because minds are not so easily contained. Some left through physical means, others left only in spirit. 1,000 small rebellions, refusing to speak, refusing to pray, eating the flower from a bedside vase, refusing to sleep. These were their own escapes, ways of saying, "You may hold my body, but not everything else." One patient sang opera every Tuesday, whether allowed or not. Another claimed to be the Queen and demanded tea with the matron. Both were denied their requests, but never stopped asking. Perhaps the saddest truth is this: Even escape didn't always bring freedom. Many who fled were recaptured, some injured, some forgotten. Some never made it past the asylum gates, stopped by fear or fog, or the realization that the world no longer remembered them. Others returned voluntarily, not because they missed the place, but because it was, at last, the only place left that knew their name. And so the walls endured, the gates, the guards, the routines. But so did the hope that maybe one day the door would open for the last time, and someone, anyone, would choose to walk through it, not as a patient, but as a person, whole, free, remembered. In the end, nothing lasts forever. Not even stone, not even silence. The Victorian Asylum, once the beating bureaucratic heart of moral reform and medical ambition, would not survive the 20th century unscathed. Its wards would empty. Its chapels would fall quiet. Its ledgers would gather dust. And its ghosts? Well, they never left. This is the story of how the doors finally opened. Or at least, stopped being locked. Let us begin with numbers. By the close of the 19th century, asylums across Britain were bursting at the seams. Hanwell, Colney Hatch, Broadmoor, the West Riding Asylum, all filled with thousands of patients. In 1900, the asylum system held more than 100,000 people in England and Wales alone. It was one of the largest peacetime institutions ever created, larger than the army, larger than the church. But with size came stagnation. The great dream of curing madness had faded into routine, and routine into inertia. For every patient treated, 10 more arrived, diagnoses expanded, definitions blurred. You might find yourself admitted for melancholia, or for epilepsy, or for disobedience to husband. And once inside, the chances of release grew slimmer each year. People no longer spoke of healing. They spoke of management, of stability, of the status quo, until slowly the outside world began to notice. At first, the criticism came in whispers, letters in newspapers, columns in medical journals, sermons given by ministers who had once walked those halls. One of the earliest and sharpest voices was that of Dr. John Charles Bucknell, a former superintendent himself. By the 1870s, he was publicly lamenting the state of British asylums. "We are building prisons and calling them hospitals," he wrote. Others echoed the sentiment. "There was no cure behind a locked door," said one Member of Parliament in 1889. And by the early 20th century, reformers were knocking loudly. New ideas emerged, new language too. Mental hospitals began to replace asylums in official documents. Alienists became psychiatrists. Moral management gave way to scientific treatment. These weren't just words, they were rebranding, an attempt to scrub away the rot of centuries. The Lunacy Act of 1890 codified admission procedures, requiring judicial oversight for many cases. The Mental Deficiency Act of 1913 created categories for those deemed feeble-minded, shifting many into separate institutions. These laws, while flawed, marked a turning point. The state was no longer merely locking away the mad. It was trying, or at least pretending, to understand them. World War I brought its own kind of reform. Soldiers returned from the trenches with what we now call PTSD, but which then bore names like shell shock, war neurosis, or simply nervous collapse. These men, decorated, wounded, broken, could not be treated like the chronic lunatics of old. They needed rehabilitation, therapy, respect. Their presence in the system forced change. Doctors began to explore talk therapy, hypnosis, and, eventually, pharmaceuticals. Some patients were no longer just housed. They were studied, interviewed, listened to. And it became clear not all madness was permanent, and not all madness looked mad. Yet still, the walls stood. The asylums remained vast, cold, overcrowded, understaffed, underfunded, overwhelmed. Patients still slept 12 to a ward, still lined up for gruel, still wandered airing courts in dressing gowns that never quite fit. A new coat of paint, perhaps? A new name over the gate? But the bones were the same. Then came the Second World War, and with it, devastation and distraction. Many asylums were repurposed as emergency hospitals, bomb casualties, gas attacks. Mental illness was temporarily shuffled out of sight. After 1945, Britain's National Health Service was formed, and for the first time, mental hospitals were absorbed into a national framework. In theory, this meant better care, more oversight, uniform standards. In reality, it meant the end of the asylum dream. There were no longer funds for sprawling estates with deer parks and chapels. No more money for sweeping lawns and bathing machines. What had once been monuments to Victorian paternalism now looked very much like liabilities. Patients were still dying, still disappearing, still forgotten. In 1957, the Percy Commission concluded that the asylum model was outmoded. By the 1960s, voices grew louder. Care in the community became the new mantra. Why keep people behind stone walls, reformers argued, when they could live in halfway houses? In family homes? In local clinics? Prime Minister Harold Wilson's government began to quietly prepare for asylum closure. Not with fanfare, not with apologies, but with bureaucracy. A file here, a transfer there, a budget cut, a new policy memo. The death of the asylum came not with fire, but with forms. For the patients who remained, life became stranger. Wards grew emptier. Staff retired, not replaced. Garden sheds collapsed. The piano in the rec room lost its last playable key. Some patients were moved to hospitals, others to group homes. Some, tragically, were released without support, ending up on park benches and railway stations. The Victorian Asylum, for all its failures, had kept people fed, contained, sheltered. Without it, many found only confusion, and silence of a different kind. By the 1980s, closure was a policy. One by one, the asylums shut their gates. The Royal Earlswood, Cane Hill, Lancaster Moor, St Mary's, all gone. Some were demolished, others converted into luxury flats, the irony of which went mostly unremarked. Old day rooms became wine bars, mortuaries became yoga studios, wards became walk-in closets. And through it all, no one quite knew what to say. There were no memorials, no plaques, no formal apologies, just stone buildings rotting beneath ivy, the sound of pigeons echoing where once there were screams. And what of the records? The ledgers? The charts? The names? Many were lost, burned, misfiled, deemed non-essential. A nurse might find a stack of notes in a basement filing cabinet, yellowed with age, a name, a diagnosis, a final line, patient expired. Unclaimed. What became of them? We do not know. They had no graves, no children, no legacy, only footnotes and silence. A few former patients told their stories, in books, in interviews, on stages, but most remained quiet, out of fear, or shame, or simply the unshakable knowledge that no one would believe them. I was there for 23 years, one man said in a 1990 interview. No one ever asked why. And so, the the Victorian Asylum faded. Not in flames, but in erosion. Not destroyed, just outlived. By time, by change, by the quiet refusal of the world to keep looking the other way. But not everything was lost. A few things remain, if you know where to look. In the archives of medical colleges, there are photographs, rows of patients, hands folded, eyes unfocused. In the woods behind old hospital sites, you'll still find boundary walls, thick with moss, a door that leads nowhere, a rusted hinge, a gate that swings for no one. And sometimes, if you pause long enough, you'll hear a whisper. Not a ghost, not a memory, just a breath, like someone waiting to be remembered. Because the asylum was not a place, it was a world where the rules were different, where voices were suspect, where identity was reduced to a diagnosis, where kindness was rationed like soap, where silence was currency, and time was endless. It was not good. It was not evil. It was simply what happened when fear wore the mask of care, and care forgot how to ask questions. South, why wouldn't you last a day in a Victorian asylum? Because the food was grey. Because the air smelled of lye. Because your name could be misspelled and never corrected. Because the walls watched. Because the staff were tired. Because the silence was heavy. Because the prayers were rehearsed. Because the endings were always the same. Because once you were in, no one rushed to get you out. They meant well, some of them. The reformers, the doctors, even the architects drawing elegant floor plans under gaslight. They wanted to fix things, to bring order, to preserve dignity. But they built cathedrals to confusion and named them after hope. And now they are gone, swallowed by time and ivy and progress. But still, in the stillness of the right corridor, in the shadow of a crumbling stone wall, you might remember. Not the buildings, not the staff, not even the diagnoses, but the people, their hands, their dreams, their quiet rebellions, their final lines in ledgers no one reads, and you might feel for a moment the weight of what it means to be forgotten. They tell me I came into this world on a cold morning in late November, though calendars didn't mean much in the village, unless it was planting season or a saint's feast. My mother gave birth to me on a pile of straw near the hearth, while my eldest sister threw more dung onto the fire, and my father muttered something about it being another mouth. It was my third sister that cut the cord with a knife we usually used for cheese, and then they wrapped me in rags that had once belonged to a cousin who died young, like most cousins did. It wasn't a dramatic affair, just another baby in a hut, already echoing with the coughs and snuffles of too many children in too little space. You don't get a name right away. That was superstition, mostly. A good portion of us never made it past the first few weeks, so it was bad luck to grow attached too soon. Half the village had buried a baby at some point, and the churchyard was dotted with tiny, unmarked graves, soft earth for short lives. So they waited a while, watched me closely, and only after I had survived my first bout of fever was I baptised by Father Oswin in a cold font that smelled faintly of mildew and sheep's wool. I don't remember it, obviously, but I do remember him years later. Crooked nose, holy breath, and a stare that could curdle milk. They called me Thomas, after an uncle who'd been kicked by a mule and died half an hour later. Names came from saints or corpses, sometimes both. My first bed was a wooden cradle stuffed with hay and lined with old cloths. It sat by the fire, if we had one going, or near the hearth's ashes if we didn't. Our house, if you can call it that, was made of timber and wattle and daub, with a thatched roof that leaked every time it rained harder than a drizzle, which, in England, was most days. The floor was earth. Real earth. It got swept occasionally, mostly with a bundled switch of twigs, and only when we'd stepped in something that shouldn't have been in the house to begin with. Chickens wandered in and out like they owned the place, and there was a pig who liked to sleep near my cradle for warmth. She smelled better than most of my siblings. We had no chimney, just a hole in the roof, and a hope that the smoke would go up instead of sideways. It didn't. Everything, clothes, hair, skin, reeked of smoke, the kind of scent that burrows into your bones and never quite leaves. As a babe, I was lucky to have milk. Some weren't. Wet nurses were a luxury, and most mothers fed their own if they had enough to give. My mother did her best, despite the 5 other squalling mouths and the winter ration of pottage that barely warmed a spoon. Weaning meant mashed peas, softened barley, and the occasional bit of bread soaked in broth. Teeth came early. Illness came earlier. I had 4 siblings older than me, 2 younger, and one I never met. He died in the night sometime around Candlemas, wrapped in a blanket and still warm when they found him. We didn't speak of it. We didn't need to. Everyone understood. By the time I could walk, I had chores. You don't get a childhood in the way modern folk imagine it. No toys, no school, no idle hours spent wondering about your feelings. My early years were spent chasing chickens, fetching water from the stream, which may or may not have had a dead squirrel floating in it, and being smacked with a wooden spoon if I got underfoot. We shared everything: beds, shoes, illnesses. My sister and I wore the same tunic in alternating weeks. It never quite dried between uses. Lice were normal. Fleas, expected. Worms? Only worth mentioning if they made you cough one up. As I got older, perhaps 6 or 7, my responsibilities grew. That's about the age when you're considered halfway useful. I'd help muck out stalls, scare off crows, and carry baskets of turnips so heavy I could barely see over them. Okay, my hands grew calloused before I ever held a quill. Not that I ever did. Some children, in towns or in the manors, were apprenticed or sent to monasteries. Not me. My fate was the fields, just like my father, and his father before him, back when England was mostly forest, and people still thought Vikings might show up on a Tuesday. There was a rhythm to peasant life. Seasons dictated everything. In the spring you sowed. In the summer you tended. In the autumn you harvested. In the winter you tried not to die. Simple. But even as a child you noticed things. The way the village held its breath during childbirth. The way people crossed themselves twice when smoke rose too thin from a neighbour's chimney. The way old men looked at the horizon like they expected something bad to walk over it. And often something did. We played, of course. Children always do. Games with sticks and stones, foot races, mock battles with straw swords. We laughed, scraped our knees, and fought like dogs over the last apple on the tree. But even then, there was work waiting. Always work. Sometimes, when Father Oswin wasn't looking, we'd sneak into the chapel just to feel the cool stone under our hands and see the candles lit. It felt otherworldly, a place where mud didn't stick and whispers echoed like prayers. I didn't understand Latin, but I understood silence and how rare it was. there was a boy named Will who lived 2 houses down. He'd lost 3 brothers to a fever, and used to say that if you saw 3 crows in the field before breakfast, someone would die before sundown. We all believed him. Superstition wasn't a pastime. It was a survival mechanism. Saints protected our animals, relics cured our boils, and dreams were warnings, especially the ones with fire in them. My education was oral. Stories, prayers, curses. I learned what crops to plant when, how to spot a snake in tall grass, and that stepping on the church threshold with your left foot meant a week of bad luck. These were the lessons that mattered. Latin could wait. But even amid the muck and hardship, there were moments, bright ones, when the barley grew high and the wind smelled like sun, when someone brewed strong ale and laughter carried through the village like music, when the whole community gathered for a feast, no matter how small, and someone pulled out a fiddle or told a story so good even the pigs stopped snorting to listen. That was childhood. A mixture of hardship, hunger, noise, and fleeting joys. We were never clean, rarely full, and often cold. But we were alive. And in those years, that alone felt like a kind of victory. If I close my eyes, I can still smell the smoke from the hearth, feel the straw poking through my bedding, and hear my mother's voice humming the same tune she did every evening. Something soft and wordless, like a lullaby made out of endurance. They say the first years shape a man. If that's true, then I was shaped by mud, ash, and the sound of my name being called for chores, and by the quiet understanding that nothing in life, not warmth, not food, not love, came without work. But it survived, which for a medieval peasant child is more than many could say. They say a child's first memory sticks with them forever. Mine is of a splinter. Not a big one, mind you. Just a nasty little sliver of wood I got from falling on the threshing floor while chasing a chicken. I wailed, of course. Not because it hurt that much, but because I was 5, tired, and already covered in half a morning's worth of mud. My mother yanked it out with her teeth and handed me a crust of bread too hard for a dog. That was comfort in our house. Removal of wood, followed by carbohydrates. In medieval England, childhood was less a protected phase, and more a short, muddy ramp-up to full exhaustion. You weren't coddled. You were taught, not through books or lessons, but by watching, copying, and occasionally getting swatted with a ladle if you did something particularly dim. I don't remember a time without work. By the time I could form sentences, I could carry water. A small bucket sloshing down my legs. By 5, I was feeding chickens. By 6, shooing crows off the barley. By 7, I was sent with the other boys to learn the fine art of not standing where the oxen are trying to walk. We called it learning. Today you'd call it survival training. Most of our day revolved around the needs of the house and field. Morning started early. Before the sun, if it was harvest season. We'd be woken not by roosters, but by my father's boots slamming the door shut behind him as he headed out. Our breakfast was cold pottage or leftover bread if the rats hadn't gotten to it first. No one asked how you slept. No one cared. The day didn't wait for dreams. We didn't have toys, at least not ones you'd buy or make on purpose. A good stick could become a sword, a javelin, or a horse, depending on how you swung it. Stones were game pieces, tools, or missiles. We played when we could, but always with one ear tuned to an adult calling our name. Or worse, calling our full name. That meant trouble. there were no schools for us. Education, if you were lucky enough to stumble into it, came from a priest who had time between funerals, or a village elder who'd tell you which mushrooms wouldn't kill you. The most I ever learned to write was the first letter of my name, scratched into the dirt with a twig. And even that was seen as a bit fancy. What I did learn, and quickly, was everything needed to stay alive, and mostly out of trouble. How to walk behind a plough without tripping, how to lift with your knees, how to spot a weasel in the chicken pen, how to keep quiet when Father Oswin started talking about sin and hellfire, and how to pretend you weren't the one who stole the last apple off the cart. Religion found you early. You didn't understand it, not really, but you understood fear. You feared hell. You feared the devil. You feared Agnes, the woman 2 houses down who looked at you funny and might have cursed your sister's goat. God you feared too. But he was a bit harder to picture. The priest painted him with fire and guilt and long silences. We nodded along, eyes wide, fingers crossed. Around age 7, things shifted. That's when you stopped being seen as a small creature and started being seen as a small adult. Your chores got more serious. You were expected to help in the field. Really help, not just fetch things. If you were a girl, you helped with the washing, the spinning, the endless cooking. If you were a boy, you joined your father or brothers with the animals and tools. If you were unlucky, you did both. My father said a boy's hands should be blistered by 8. Mine were. By then I'd already dropped a bucket on my toe, lost 2 fingernails to a millstone, and once got kicked into a puddle by a cow who didn't care for my face. Welcome to childhood. We were always outside, in the rain, in the frost, in the thick summer heat. No such thing as too cold or too hot when the barley needed tending, or the sheep had gone wandering into someone else's pasture. I knew every dip and stone of the path to the well, every splinter in the stable gate, every wormhole in the wood near the fire. We lived close to the earth, not by choice, but because it was literally our floor, our walls, our food, and half our illnesses. Sickness came often. Rashes, fevers, boils, you name it. Most weren't named, actually. You just got the sweats, or the shakes, or that coughing thing, and you either got better or didn't. The village had a midwife who also knew herbs. She helped when she could, but if the ailment was serious, your best hope was prayer, or luck, or both. Death wasn't abstract. I saw a friend of mine, Simon, go from laughing over a beetle to shivering in a blanket to being buried behind the chapel all in 3 days. No one explained why. They just said, God took him, and we moved on. Because you had to. Still there was fun, in strange places. We played in the stream. We pelted each other with snow and straw. We raced barefoot through the fields, yelping when we stepped on thorns or startled a frog. We stole turnips, then ran from the tanner, who claimed they were his. We'd huddle around the fire at night and listen to stories from the old men, tales of beasts, saints, and wars we didn't understand, but loved hearing anyway. There was a rhythm to it all. You rose, worked, ate, scratched, slept, and dreamed, sometimes of nothing more than a better pair of shoes, or a day when your tunic didn't itch. And you knew, even then, what your future would be. You'd grow taller, not taller than the Lord's Son, of course, but enough to lift heavier things. You'd marry, probably a girl from the same village with the same dirt under her nails. You'd have children who'd do as you did, and you'd die within a mile of where you were born. Not that anyone said this outright, but it was in the way people looked at you, in the way they measured your height by the doorframe, and nodded, as if to say, a few more years and he'll be useful. Childhood was less about wonder and more about waiting to be old enough to matter. On feast days, though, oh, those were special. Saints' days or weddings brought out food, music, even a bit of dancing. I once had a honeyed oatcake I still think about, and one year they roasted a whole pig. It was like a miracle, meat that wasn't dried or boiled or questionable. We ran wild that night, bellies full, hearts light. And for a brief while, it felt like the village belonged to us, the children, as if just for one night the future was something to look forward to. But dawn always came, and with it the chores, the weight of wood on your back, the sour smell of the sheep pen, the clanging of the pail against the well wall, back to the cycle, back to the growing. By the time I was 10, I could drive a cart, gut a fish, spin a rope, and fix a broken fence. I knew when the rains would come by the scent of the wind, and I could guess the mood of my father by the way he shut the door. I was, for all intents and purposes, nearly grown. At 12, you're no longer a child. In the eyes of the village, the church, and your own aching bones, you're a working man. A small one, sure, but one expected to pull your weight. And so childhood ends. Not with a celebration, not with a speech, just with a new job, a longer list of things to do, and the quiet realization that from here on out, the only difference between you and your father is how much your back hurts. But I survived those years. I didn't freeze, didn't starve, didn't fall into the well or get crushed by the oxen. I made it to the part where people stopped calling me boy and started asking me to carry heavier things. And if that's not success in medieval England, I don't know what is. By 13, I'd stopped asking questions and started growing blisters instead. That's about the time a boy in our village stops being a boy. There's no ceremony for it, no candlelit moment where someone hands you a sword or a speech. One day you're helping in the fields, the next you're in the fields. All day, every day. Sunrise to sundown, stomach rumbling, back bent, eyes stinging from the wind and the smoke of last night's fire still clinging to your tunic. My voice had started cracking like the rafters in our cottage after a rainstorm, and the older men noticed. They began talking to me less like a child and more like a very disappointing colleague. "You missed a row, Thomas." "That plough line's crooked, Thomas." "Stop walking like your legs are made of porridge, Thomas." Encouraging stuff. Still, there was pride in it. I had a tool of my own. A scythe, duller than it should have been, but mine. I was trusted to feed the animals, turn the soil, even fetch deliveries from the manor storehouse, assuming the steward wasn't in one of his moods. I earned my bread now, quite literally, and I ate it with the dignity of someone who'd bled for it. Work came in seasons, just like weather and fevers. Spring was ploughing and sowing, your boots caked in wet earth, hands raw from gripping the handles. Summer meant long days under a wide, hot sky, your neck blistered, eyes squinting against the glare, swatting flies with every other breath. Harvest season was its own madness. No sleep, no rest, just reaping until your arms felt like someone else's. And winter. Winter was when you wondered if your toes still counted as part of you. Our food didn't get better now that I was older. If anything, I noticed how often we went without. Dinner might be a ladle of barley stew, chewy with leftover bones. Supper, if we had one, was cold. Bread hardened on the hearth. Once I cracked a tooth trying to bite through it. We laughed. Then we cried a little because we realised it was the last loaf. Water, fetched by my younger brother now, still came from the stream or the communal well, depending on which was less cursed that week. It always tasted a bit like moss and worry. We drank it anyway, when there was no beer. The older I got, the more I noticed the things grown men didn't speak of, but understood. How they'd glance at the sky and frown. How they'd listen to the hens clucking like it meant something. And it did. A change in weather, a spirit nearby, or just bad luck blowing in from the next village over. Bad luck came often. Sometimes it came in the form of a fever. Sometimes in the form of a cartwheel snapping at the worst possible moment. Once, it was a collapsed roof in the night. 2 of our neighbours gone by, mourning. I helped pull the bodies from the rubble. They didn't look peaceful. They looked surprised. Like even in a world where death was common, they hadn't expected that. Around this time, I started noticing girls. Noticed how they carried water with one hand and tucked their hair with the other. How they laughed even when their shoes were soaked and their fingers were chapped from scrubbing linens. How their eyes darted when the steward passed by. There was a girl named Elswith, lived near the mill, always smelled faintly of flour. She once gave me an extra slice of apple when she thought I looked pale. I don't know if she fancied me or just pitied me. Either way, I remembered that apple for weeks. But courtship wasn't candlelight and poetry. It was side glances while shoveling manure. Maybe a shared song during harvest. If you were lucky, you'd sit beside her at a feast. And if things went well, you'd ask her father, or the village reeve, for permission to wed. Love was optional, land was essential. I wasn't ready for marriage yet. I didn't even own a second tunic. But I was expected to contribute, not just to my family, but to the manor. Every able-bodied peasant owed labour to the lord. It wasn't up for debate. That meant working the domain, the lord's personal land, a few days a week, unpaid. You showed up, did your time, and tried not to collapse until after you'd finished stacking his hay. I remember one summer hauling stones for a new wall around the manor's herb garden. My back ached for a week. I don't even like herbs. I'd also learned by now how to keep quiet around authority. You didn't question the reeve. You didn't question the steward. And you certainly didn't question the lord, even if you thought his velvet hat made him look like a goose in disguise. Religion played a larger role now. I was old enough to understand the sermons, or pretend to. We knelt during Mass, mumbled along with the Latin we didn't understand, crossed ourselves, and hoped it would be enough. I confessed to sins I wasn't sure counted, coveting bread, speaking ill of the hayfork, once kicking a chicken because it startled me. Father Oswin said I should pray harder. I tried, but sometimes I fell asleep mid-prayer, exhausted from work and the cold and the low-burning knowledge that nothing was guaranteed. Not food, not health, not tomorrow. The manorial court became familiar too. Once every few weeks, villagers would gather, and the lord or his appointed judge would settle disputes. Boundary lines, livestock squabbles, accusations of theft. Once, a man was fined for taking firewood from the wrong grove. Another was whipped for hunting rabbits that technically belonged to the Lord. I watched. I learned. I kept my head down. Sometimes I dreamed of leaving the village, of running off to a town, finding work as a tanner or miller or even a guard. But those were stories you told yourself when the rain kept you awake, or when you were ankle deep in manure, and wondering if this was all life had to offer. But then I'd look around and see my brothers, my mother by the hearth, my father snoring in the corner, and the pig asleep in her usual spot, and I'd remember this was life. And it wasn't all bad. We had music sometimes. A fiddle, a pipe, a voice raised in song during a rare evening when the work was done early and the ale hadn't run dry. We had stories passed down by candlelight. We had the steady rhythm of the seasons, the first shoots of spring, the golden sheaves of autumn, the deep hush of winter snow. And slowly I found I wasn't the smallest boy anymore. There were others now, younger than me, looking up, watching how I tied the rope or sharpened the blade, asking questions I once asked. I wasn't yet a man, but I was no longer a child. My shoulders had filled out. My hands had stopped bleeding from the scythe, and my back only ached when it rained. One morning my father handed me a set of tools without a word, just nodded. That was it. My confirmation, my promotion, my induction into the long line of peasants who'd done the same work, in the same fields, under the same sun, for generations. And I took them. Because that's what you did. You carried on. Thomas had seen enough of courtship before he ever experienced it himself. Not the kind with flowers and whispered promises. Those were for stories told by travelling minstrels. Not for boys who spent their mornings knee-deep in pig muck and their evenings scraping dried oats off the cooking pot. Courtship in our village, and by our I mean the 30 or so souls who shared the same patch of frostbitten soil, was a matter of timing, bodies, and barley. You didn't fall in love. You grew into usefulness. By the time I reached 15, I was tall enough to reach the thatch and thin enough to be useful without needing much food. That made me marriageable. Not because I had anything to offer romantically. I didn't even have my own pair of boots yet, but because I could haul water, swing a scythe, and had enough teeth to chew through a turnip without making too much noise. That was about as dreamy as a man could get. My parents started talking about Ellen the same year I stopped sleeping in the corner of the main room and started sleeping in the loft. She was a year younger, known for her spinning, and had wide shoulders from churning butter since she could stand. We'd said maybe 6 words to each other in our lives, 5 of which were "move, I need the ladle." But our families both needed what the other could provide: hands, grain, and a quiet partnership that wouldn't cause trouble. Betrothal wasn't a grand affair. It was more like agreeing on a trade. My father spoke to hers, while I stood nearby pretending to adjust my cloak. They discussed grain yields, shared labour, and the fact that neither of us had any better prospects. Then a handshake, a nod, and it was decided. Thomas and Ellen would marry come spring. Spring came late that year. Mud stayed longer than usual, and 2 oxen died in the next village over. But when the church bells rang on St. Walpurga's feast day, we stood before the priest in our second-best tunics, shivering more from nerves than cold. The whole ceremony took 5 minutes. Latin we couldn't understand, vows we'd practiced the night before, and a kiss that was more a bump of noses than anything passionate. but we were married. The wedding feast was barley bread, hard cheese, and thin stew served in cracked bowls. Someone passed around a jug of ale strong enough to make old men weep. A few folks danced until their shoes came off. It wasn't lavish, but it was more food than usual, and nobody went home sober or hungry, which in our part of England counted as a miracle. We moved into the rear corner of my family's cottage, separated by a curtain made from an old flour sack. Privacy was a suggestion. Our first bed was straw and sackcloth over a frame of uneven planks. I say bed, more like a place where our bones rested between workdays. Still, it was ours. That meant something. Marriage wasn't a change so much as an expansion. You kept working, only now you had someone to share the blisters with. Ellen and I quickly fell into rhythm. I rose first to fetch water. She tended the morning porridge. I patched the fence. She wove the wool. Her tasks never ended. Neither did mine, but we got good at avoiding each other's tired spells, at picking up slack without asking. Romantic? Number, but stable. Predictable. That was more useful than poetry. Ellen had strong opinions, though she rarely voiced them. But she was smart. Sharper than me in most ways. She kept track of stores, remembered debts, and knew when to nod during church, even if she'd fallen asleep standing up. She could spot a wormy apple from across the field, and once shamed a travelling peddler into giving us proper change just by staring at him. I respected her long before I realised I liked her. Children were expected. That's what marriage was for, after all. Adding labour to the household. It took a while. Our first winter was rough. Cold enough to freeze the wash bucket mid-scrub. Food ran thin. Then in the spring, Ellen fell ill. She recovered slowly, her hands trembling for weeks. We didn't speak about babies that season, but by the next year, she was with child. Pregnancy didn't come with cushions and cravings. It came with nausea, work, and prayers. She worked up until the week of the birth. No doctor, just old Mab, the village midwife, who smelled of thyme and sweat, and had delivered nearly every soul within shouting distance. Labour lasted from sunset to near dawn. I sat outside the whole time, carving pointless lines into the frozen earth with a stick. When I heard the cry, 2 cries, I didn't believe it. Twins, a boy and a girl. The boy we named Will. The girl, Alice. Will died 6 days later. No illness, no sign. Just didn't wake up. We buried him near the boundary oak, with a cross made from the last dry branch of the season. Loss was constant, but that didn't make it easier. Life moved on. It had to. The seasons didn't stop because we grieved. Ellen barely wept. She just folded Will's swaddling cloth and tucked it under the bed. Alice lived, grew, walked early, spoke late. Her laugh sounded like spring water over stone, clear, brief, surprising. We lived for that sound. As husband and wife, we had a simple understanding. We did not speak of dreams. Not aloud. Dreams were for the Lord's children, the ones who learned Latin and ate meat twice a week. Our world had no room for wants, only for tasks. The field needed tending. The wall needed mending. The pig needed salting. And we did it all year after year without fuss. But sometimes, when the fire burned low and Alice slept in the crook of Ellen's arm, I thought about building a second room, about teaching my daughter to read, about having a day, just one, without worry. Then the wind would howl through the thatch, and I'd remember who I was. Thomas, son of William, husband of Ellen, father of one, maybe more, if luck held, a man with cracked hands, a weak roof, and a woman who warmed a stew without being asked. That was enough. The years following our marriage were not marked by great changes, but by small, repeated ones. A new tool, a second pig, a patch of land the steward let us borrow. Each improvement came with a cost. More labour, more obligation, more eyes on us. But they also stitched a new shape to our life. Our roles in the village became clearer too. I was no longer just young Thomas. I became Thomas who fixed the well rope, Thomas who loaned barley seed, Thomas whose daughter didn't die last winter. These small noticings, shared over ale or during idle talk near the bakehouse, mattered more than I admitted. Respect in a village doesn't come from speeches. It comes from surviving while being useful. Ellen, for her part, was respected by women and feared slightly by men, not because she was harsh, but because she remembered everything. She became a sort of informal registrar of marriages, debts, and feuds. No one could recall whose turn it was to borrow the cart. Ask Ellen. Couldn't remember if Martha's son was born before the plague or after. Ellen would know. By our 5th year, we had another child. A son this time, named Hugh after my grandfather. Ellen delivered him with old Mab again, though the midwife's hands were slower now, her eyes more sunken. I paid her with eggs and a new bundle of rushes for her floor. Hugh was hearty, loud, and always hungry. That last trait never changed. Marriage changed me in ways I hadn't expected. It made me think ahead. Not far, never more than the next harvest, but farther than I used to. I began to notice roofs that might leak come autumn, boots that wouldn't last the winter. I bartered more carefully, saved bits of tallow, kept kindling dry even when I was too tired to care. These weren't grand ambitions. They were survival skills, sharpened by the weight of others relying on you. Historically, peasants like me weren't expected to have inner lives. But the truth is, we did. We just didn't have time to dwell on them. The rhythm of life as a full-grown peasant is less a schedule and more a relentless loop. There's no concept of adulthood as we'd understand it today. Just a gradual thickening of calluses and responsibility. One morning you wake up and realize that no one tells you what to do anymore, because they assume you're already doing it. That's how you know you've made it. The year is not measured by holidays or birthdays. It's carved into your body by the seasons. Spring stretches your back with ploughing. Summer cracks your hands with reaping. Autumn stains your knees with muck from gathering. And winter? That's when your bones remind you of every bad harvest and every splintered fence you ever repaired. There's always something to do, and rarely anything to show for it. You dig, sow, mend, fetch, chop, patch, and then start over. The tools are basic. A wooden plough, a rusting sickle, a hoe that's more patched than iron. And when they break, which they do frequently, you either fix them with what little you have, or borrow from someone who will expect repayment in kind, or worse, in favours. My work, like most men's in our village, is dictated by the land and the Lord. I hold a few strips of earth in the open fields, not mine, technically, but mine to tend. In exchange, I owe the steward labour days, a few dozen in theory, closer to 100 in practice. These are spent repairing roads, harvesting the Lord's grain before my own, and helping construct things I'll never use. Last year it was a granary. Year before, a new gatehouse. This year, Rumour says we're building a dovecote. For birds we're not allowed to eat. On top of that, there's the tithe. 1/10 of everything I grow, raise or make goes to the church. In theory, it's for God. In practice, it means that if I produce 10 bundles of barley, only 9 come home, if no one else recalculates the share first. The priest says this keeps us humble. I say it keeps him well fed. The rest of my day is spent trying not to fall behind. If a fence breaks, I fix it. If a pig falls ill, I call in the neighbour who once treated his cousin's pig with an onion and a prayer. If the thatch leaks, Ellen and I climb the roof and patch it with whatever we've got. Straw, moss. On one occasion, the hide of a goat that had outlived its usefulness. It didn't help the smell. Our food depends on our labour. And luck. A good season means full bowls. A bad one means thin broth and tighter belts. Most meals are pottage again. Grains, weeds, the occasional onion. Meat is rare, eggs are seasonal, and milk depends on whether the cow feels like cooperating that week. Ellen makes the best out of it, but even she can't turn turnips into miracles. Barter keeps us afloat. A few spare eggs might buy a length of thread. A day helping thresh someone else's field might get me an extra portion of smoked fish. There's a quiet economy in every favour. Everyone owes someone something, and everyone remembers. What passes for rest is mostly a change in task. We mend tools while watching the children. We gossip while gathering firewood. We pray not out of leisure, but because it's the one task that doesn't require moving. Sometimes I catch myself thinking, is this it? Is this all there is? And then Alice runs in from the yard, laughing with a wooden doll Ellen carved from an old chair leg. Hugh tugs at my tunic, asking if he can help sharpen the sickle. I nod, because yes, this is it. And some days, it's enough. In the manorial world, community is everything. No one survives alone. The smith needs grain, the weaver needs meat, the priest needs wine, which he won't admit but drinks plenty of, and all of us need each other come harvest. If one family falls ill, others step in, not out of charity, but because next time it might be you. And of course, there are days of rest. Sunday Mass, Saint Days, the occasional feast where bread is slightly less hard and ale flows for free. We sit on logs, share stories, and pretend our backs don't ache. Those are the days we laugh. Not because life is easy, but because laughter costs nothing, and sometimes that's all we've got. Historians today might write of subsistence farming and feudal obligations. What they don't capture is how much of it feels like bailing water out of a leaking boat with your bare hands, day after day, season after season. Still, you get up the next morning, you shoulder your tool, you nod to your neighbour, and you do it all over again, because the land doesn't wait, and neither does life. The hardest part isn't the labour, it's the sameness. Every sunrise brings the same tasks in a slightly different order. The plough still sticks in the same patch of clay. The barn roof still sags. The oxen still pull with the enthusiasm of half-dead furniture. And through it all, the same ache settles into your joints. Not sharp, not screaming, just present. Like a dull companion you didn't invite, but who never leaves. There's a strange kind of pride in knowing your place in this order. I know when the frost will come by, how the wind smells at dawn. I know how deep to plant barley just by running my fingers through the dirt. It isn't education, not like the monks have, but it's knowledge. hard won, felt in the bones. Our fields follow the open field system, just like every village from here to York. There are no fences, just long, narrow strips shared among dozens of families. Each family gets a few strips scattered across the 3 great fields, so no one hogs the best land. Fair, in theory. But try dragging a plough from one strip to the next when they're half a mile apart. It's not efficient. It's exercise by divine design. Once a year, the reeve, that's the Lord's man, walks the fields with his tally sticks and lists who owes what. If your yield is good, you owe grain. If it's bad, you still owe grain. The math is more spiritual than logical. And if you argue, you'd best enjoy digging ditches. You'll be assigned plenty. Taxes and tithes aren't the only thing pulling at your grain sack. Come autumn, the travelling merchants show up with cloth, salt, and promises. They trade high and buy low. I've sold 5 chickens for a spool of thread before. A bad deal, but the kids needed clothes, and chickens are replaceable. Children, less so. The village has no inn, no market square, no place to rest except the church steps or the dirt path itself. But it's a village all the same. We have elders who remember the fire of '89 when half the homes burned. We have newlyweds trying to carve a plot out of nettles. We have a man who claims he once saw a saint in the clouds. Most just nod and keep walking. Everyone sees strange things when they work alone too long. You learn to rely on people without trusting them fully. Borrow a scythe, return it sharper than before. Lend a hand, and someone will lend you one when your cart breaks. But if you owe too much, or complain too loudly, word gets around. And in a place like this, your reputation works harder than you do. The village women form the other half of the economy. Ellen spends her days spinning wool when she's not patching cloaks or boiling nettles into soup. The children gather firewood, though half the time they come back with pine cones and bruises. Even the elderly, those who've made it to the grand age of 50, still tend gardens or mend nets. No one is idle, not really. If you are, people wonder what's wrong with you. And yet, there's an odd beauty in the grind. The way mist curls over the fields in early spring. The soft thump of grain hitting the bottom of a storage bin. The moment after sundown, when the last ember in the hearth glows just long enough to show Ellen's face, tired but smiling. That's not nothing. When feast days come, the world briefly softens. Bread is baked in communal ovens. Ale is passed around. Even the Lord smiles, mostly because he's drinking better wine than we are. Children play with hoops. Old songs are sung. And for one moment, the difference between us and the manor feels a little less wide. It doesn't last, but we hold on to it. So yes, the work never ends. The ache never leaves. And the barley never grows as thick as you hoped. But somehow, through some stubborn thread of hope, you get up each morning, strap on your boots, or what's left of them, and walk into the field again. Because this is your life, and it's worth living, if only because it's yours. You don't plan for children here. They arrive like frost, sometimes early, sometimes late, and always without much warning. One moment, it's just you and Ellen by the hearth. The next, there's a squalling bundle wrapped in old linen, and the whole room feels smaller, noisier, warmer, and far more terrifying. Ellen gives birth in the same straw-stuffed bed where we sleep, mend clothes and sometimes argue over whether we have enough grain to last the week. There's no doctor, just a midwife, old enough to remember delivering half the village, and 2 neighbour women boiling water and whispering prayers that don't sound entirely Christian. I wait outside, pretending to fix a broken latch, because there's nothing else I can do. Men are meant to stay out of the way until they're needed to dig the grave. Most births go well enough, though few go cleanly. There's blood always, sometimes more than seems survivable. Babies arrive how they please. Feet first, sideways, screaming or silent. And there's no certainty. Ellen's first was a stillbirth. We buried him under the hawthorn tree. No name. Just a handful of dirt and a wooden cross I carved myself. When one survives, it feels like a small miracle. The priest baptizes the child within days, not just for salvation, but because, statistically, there's no time to wait. Roughly 1 in 4 children don't make it past their first year. Sometimes it's fever, sometimes choking, sometimes they just stop breathing, and no one knows why. The priest calls it God's will. The midwife mutters about ill winds. Me, I just hold Ellen's hand tighter. Once they're alive and screaming, life doesn't get much easier. Babies don't come with nappies. Cloth is scarce and expensive, so they're swaddled tight in strips of linen and left near the hearth where it's warmest. Ellen nurses them as best she can, though she's tired, always. We sometimes feed them pottage, thinned with ale, if the milk runs dry. It's not ideal, but then again, nothing in a peasant's life ever is. There's no such thing as a nursery. The baby sleeps in our bed, between us, wrapped in the same blanket that smells of soot and sheep. If we had a cradle, it was burned 2 winters ago when we ran out of firewood. I carved a new one from pine, but it creaks like it's telling secrets. Every time it rocks, I pray it doesn't splinter under the weight of hope. Names are chosen fast. Not out of sentiment, but practicality. You name the child something common, something that can be shouted across a field. William, Alice, Hugh, Joan. Something easy to carve into a plank. You don't want to get attached to a name that might be gone before spring. Some parents wait weeks to see if the child survives. Others reuse names, like a coat passed down between siblings. Children don't get childhoods here. By the time they can walk, they're put to work. Gathering kindling. Watching chickens. Running errands. By age 7, they're expected to tend geese or weed the garden. By 10, they can plough. Ellen teaches them to spin and sew. I show them how to tie knots, sharpen blades, and read the sky. We don't punish them harshly. Not because we're kind, but because life does that for us. 1 winter barefoot is lesson enough. A spoiled meal means hunger. A fall into the pond means days of fever. The world disciplines children more effectively than we ever could. We just try to keep them alive long enough to learn. Stories help, not the noble kind with dragons and brave knights. Ours are older, stranger. Tales of woods that whisper, saints that walk through snow, beasts that punish the greedy. We don't tell them to entertain. We tell them so the children remember what to fear. Religion, of course, runs through it all. We teach them to cross themselves, to fear sin, to fast on Fridays, to kneel even when their knees are raw. Not because we fully understand the scriptures, but because the church is always watching, and 1 wrong word in front of the priest can mean penance, or worse, gossip. And gossip spreads faster than fire. We light candles for St. Margaret if the baby's coughing. We keep dried herbs near the cradle, feverfew for headaches, rue to ward off evil, chamomile to calm a colicky child, though chamomile's scarce and usually reserved for those who can afford indulgence, which we can't. Still, Ellen insists, and I don't argue. Sometimes faith is all we have. In some ways, raising children is the only legacy we have. We own no land. We write no books. When we die, it's up to them to remember our names. So we pass on what little we know. How to dig a furrow straight. How to soothe a burn. How to spot the good kind of mould growing on bread. These lessons, small as they are, might outlast us. Still, every cough in the night feels like a threat. Every fever is a challenge. There's no medicine to speak of, just boiled herbs and whispered prayers. If the child survives, you give thanks. If not, you dig another grave and try again. There's no real privacy. Not in a hut where everyone shares the same air and breathes the same smoke. When one child wakes coughing, everyone does. When one child cries with hunger, the sound sits in your ears for hours. Ellen sings lullabies in low whispers, old ones her mother taught her. Most of them about saints and spirits and stolen bread. We hang rowan branches above the door, not just for decoration but to keep sickness out. At least that's what the midwife says. I don't believe in such things, but I don't take them down either. You stop gambling with luck when you've buried 2 sons before their first birthday. Feast days give them something to look forward to. The village might roast a pig. The priest tells tales of miracles. The children run barefoot through the frost and come back red-faced and laughing. On St. Martin's Day, they get little bits of sweetened dough. It's not much, but they remember. Even in the dead of winter, children play. With bones, with sticks, with scraps. They make dolls from bundled straw, swords from firewood. I once saw my eldest son march through the snow wearing a broken pot as a helmet, commanding an army of chickens. There was no audience, no applause, just play. That's how they survive, I think. They don't know how hard life is. Not yet. And when they grow older, they ask about the world beyond the woods, beyond the manor. They ask if kings eat bread like us, if priests sleep in beds, if there are places where snow never falls and soup doesn't taste of roots and regrets. I never lie to them, but I don't always tell the truth either. There are some things a father says just to keep a child's hope alive. The winters are hardest on the little ones. Their fingers stay red and cracked. Their lips go blue at night, even with the fire burning. We wrap them in everything we own. Sometimes we tuck hot stones into cloth and place them near their feet, praying it buys us another hour of sleep without shivers. I've watched Ellen scoop our youngest from his blankets just to hold him tighter, afraid he might slip away if she doesn't. The midwife says it's normal to lose a child. Normal. I hate that word. It shouldn't be normal. But I say nothing. I just nod. And the next morning, I go chop more wood, because there's no time to mourn properly when there's a household to heat and mouths to feed. One year, the river froze over so thick that boys skated on it using flattened bones tied to their feet with string. They slipped and fell and bruised themselves half to death, but they laughed so hard you'd think they'd never known suffering. That's the kind of memory I hold on to. Laughter on ice. A moment when winter wasn't just about survival. And yet, not every family is as lucky. Our neighbours lost 3 children to fever in 1 month. The father stopped speaking for a year. The mother never smiled again. She just tended the goats and stared through people like they were ghosts. You learn quickly that grief is a quiet neighbour, always nearby, never loud, always watching. Still, there's pride in raising children who survive, even more in seeing them help. Our eldest, now 11, can mend a fence. He checks the snares. He counts the chickens better than I do. I watch him sometimes from the doorway, moving with purpose, jaw set like mine. And for a moment, I believe maybe, just maybe, he'll have a better life than I did. But I don't say that out loud. That kind of hope feels fragile, like thin ice. Better to keep it close, where the frost can't get it. The pain starts in your knees. That's where it always begins. You tell yourself it's the damp. Then your shoulders ache, your back throbs, and your hands curl in on themselves like old roots. You're not even 40. But your body thinks you've lived twice as long. My name's Thomas, and I've worked the field since I was tall enough to hold a rake. Now when I grip a tool, my knuckles crack like firewood. The ache isn't sharp. It's just there, like the cold, or the smoke, or the weight of the thatch on our roof. You get used to it, sort of. Illness is part of life. Not the kind that knocks you down once in a while. The kind that settles in and stays. One winter, Ellen coughed so hard I thought she'd bring the rafters down. We boiled onion in ale and made her drink it by the spoonful. A local woman said to rub goose fat on her chest and hang garlic from the ceiling. We did both. She lived, so maybe it worked. Or maybe she just refused to die while the stew still needed seasoning. There's no doctor in the village. Closest thing is old Wren, who's either a healer or a witch, depending on who you ask, and whether the fever broke. She knows every herb in the woods. What makes your bowels move? What makes a wound close faster? What might kill a man slowly if he's been unkind to his wife? She says fever few for headaches, yarrow for bleeding, nettle for strength. I trust her more than the priest when it comes to sickness. Most remedies involve boiling something that smells worse than the illness itself. Then you drink it, sweat through your shirt, and pray. If that fails, they bleed you. A shallow cut on the arm sometimes leeches. The idea is to let the sickness out with the blood. Personally, I think it lets the strength out faster. The church has cures too. Holy water, relics, and enough prayers to drown a small chapel. Once, when our boy came down with a rash, the priest said it was punishment for my sins. Gave me a candle and told me to light it every night until the child got better. He recovered in 3 days. The priest claimed a miracle. I think it was the willow bark tea Ellen forced down his throat. We don't bathe often. Not because we like being filthy, but because bathing is risky. They say it opens your pores and lets disease in. So we sponge off with a damp cloth and hope no one gets too close. Lice are everywhere. Fleas too. Ellen combs our daughter's hair with a heated blade of wood, trying to kill what lives beneath the curls. It works, mostly. Wounds fester easily. I once stepped on a nail while fixing the shed roof. The foot swelled like a pig's bladder. Old Wren smeared it with honey and wrapped it in dock leaves. She said honey draws out the bad humours. Maybe it does. The swelling went down, eventually. I limped for months, but I kept the foot, which feels like a win. When something worse comes, real sickness, the kind that spreads like fire and smells like death, we panic. Lock the doors. Burn herbs in the hearth. Some say plague rides on the breath of sinners. Others say it comes from the east in the belly of rats. We don't argue. We just try to stay alive. During one outbreak, we lost 8 in the village. They were buried before the dirt had even thawed. The humours, that's the theory anyway. Blood, phlegm, yellow bile, and black bile. Balance them, and you stay healthy. Upset them, and you're doomed. I never understood it. But people who do say, if your bile's off, you'll get boils. If your blood's too hot, you get nosebleeds. Everything has a reason, just none that help you feel better. Children are hardest to watch suffer. They don't understand why the world hurts. Our youngest once screamed for 2 days straight, swollen with something we couldn't name. Wren gave us a charm made of rowan and thread. Ellen tied it around his neck, sobbing into the cloth. He lived, but we still keep the charm. The church forbids some cures, says they're pagan. But when your daughter's lips turn blue and she won't wake, you don't worry about theology. You boil the roots. You whisper the words. You call on saints and spirits alike. Most of us will die from something small. A cut that rots. A fever that lingers. A toothache that turns to abscess. I've seen a man scream from a molar until he passed out cold. They pulled it with pliers and a prayer. He didn't wake up. No one talks about it. Sometimes I wonder what it's like elsewhere. Do the nobles get sick like us? Do they have herbs? Or do they just close their heavy doors and let the poor die first? I've never seen a noble sneeze. Maybe they have better humours. Despite it all, life goes on. We get up, we cough, we limp. We press cloth to the bleeding and keep moving. Because the sheep need herding. The grain needs grinding. The world doesn't stop for your sickness, not until you do. The older I get, the more I think pain is a kind of background music. Always playing, never noticed until it stops. My legs seize up during the frost. My wrists throb after chopping wood. No one calls it illness, it's just being alive. In our village, no one talks much about pain. It's not considered polite. If you complain too loudly, someone might assume you're cursed, or worse, malingering. So we grunt, we groan, we mutter just the weather, and we keep digging trenches with hands that barely close anymore. Women have it worse. Ellen once worked through a fever so severe she hallucinated bees crawling under her skin. Still she finished spinning the yarn, baked the bread, fed the chickens. She collapsed only after the last chore was done. Wren called it hard winter sickness. I call it exhaustion, dressed in disease. Some villagers believe in charms. Knots of thread hung over doors, feathers tied with nettle stalks, carved bits of wood soaked in salt water. Are they foolish? Maybe. But I've seen people healed after the charms went up. And I've seen people die after the priest said they'd be fine. So who's to say? Even dreams change when you're ill. I once dreamed I was walking through a warm forest, barefoot, with no pain in my hips. Just walking, that's it. That was the dream. I woke up and cried because it wasn't real. Ellen didn't ask why. She just held my hand. On feast days, we give thanks for what hasn't killed us. Sometimes we even laugh about it. Old Harold, who lost a finger to rot and now makes rude gestures with his stump. Or young May, who swears by drinking warm vinegar to cure headaches. Doesn't work. But the face she makes is worth the show. Death never arrives with a trumpet. It's a slow cough, a shadow behind the eyes, a finger that won't stop swelling. You learn the signs, you feel it before it knocks, and still you hope you're wrong, because even after everything, after the pain, the weakness, the fear, no one wants to leave this hard, beautiful, miserable life. Illness doesn't just affect the body, It changes the rhythm of the house. Fires are stoked higher. Meals go half-cooked. Chores fall to children. Ellen once ran the house alone for 3 weeks, while I battled a lung infection that rattled like pebbles in a jar. When I could finally sit up again, the house looked the same, but Ellen didn't. Her eyes were older, her back more bent. When death does come, it's quiet. No fanfare, no sudden screams. Just a stillness in the chest, a cooling of the hands. We wash the body, say a prayer, and bury them before the flies arrive. There's no embalming, no long mourning period. Just a short walk to the edge of the woods, a shovel, and enough tears to soak the first handful of earth. Afterward, the priest comes by with blessings. He says suffering is a test. I nod, but I'm not sure what we're meant to prove. Maybe that we can keep going, that we can wake up the next day, relight the fire, boil the herbs, and pretend the house isn't missing something precious and irreplaceable. Maybe that's all there is to it. Some mornings, before my back's even straightened out and my hands have remembered how to grip, I hear the bell, low and mournful, carried on the wind like an old secret. That's the church bell. It tells us when to rise, when to rest, when to repent, and when to bury another neighbour. My name is still Thomas. I've been a son, a brother, a husband, a father, and, after enough winters, a mourner more times than I care to count. I've built fences, tilled fields, raised children, and tried, above all else, to be good. Not clever, not important, just good enough not to bring shame, sickness, or supernatural punishment upon this little stretch of muddy ground I call life. In our village, religion isn't something you think about. It's something that thinks about you. Constantly. The church is the largest building for miles, and the only one with enough stones to look permanent. Everything else rots, leaks, or burns. But the church stands like God's own ledger, watching and waiting. Every Sunday, we file into that stone echo chamber to listen to Father Elric, who delivers sermons like they're firewood, heavy, splintered, and absolutely necessary. He talks of sin like it's the air we breathe, and heaven like a place we might earn if we just keep coughing through the cold without complaining too much. Mass isn't optional. The Lord demands it, the priest enforces it. And Agnes, who gossips with the fury of 10 monks, will absolutely report you if your seat is empty. I missed one Sunday during the fever and spent the next week repenting publicly and coughing into the communal chalice. The church calendar runs our lives. There are holy days, saints' days, fasting days, and days when you're only allowed to think about your sins. There are feast days too, but you better hope your Lord is generous, because the church won't be footing the bill for the meat pie. We tithe. 1/10 of everything we grow, raise, or earn. That means 1/10 of our grain, eggs, wool, chickens, even if we're already on the edge of starvation. It's called God's share. Funny how God's share always ends up in the priest's granary. Religion governs more than food and time. It governs how you marry, how you bathe, how you sleep, and how you die. Ellen and I were married in that church with a blessing and a warning. "Obey your husband," the priest said. She nodded, then squeezed my hand so hard I thought my knuckles might pop. Every child is baptized in the first days after birth, even if they're barely breathing. Especially if they're barely breathing. We need to get them in the door of heaven before fever or fate slams it shut. We've lost 2 like that. wrapped them in linen, buried them behind the chapel wall. Father Elric said they were safe now. I didn't ask for proof. Our children know their prayers before they know their numbers. Latin rolls off their tongues like nursery rhymes. We don't understand half of what we're saying, but the words matter. Repetition is protection. Say the right thing, bow at the right time, and maybe the Lord will let the crops grow this year. The Church teaches us that hell is always waiting, a place of fire, darkness, and eternal wailing. It's described with more passion than heaven, which sounds lovely but vague. Pearly gates and singing angels. But hell, that's vivid. It has levels and rules and demons with names. Makes you wonder which place the clergy thinks about more. There's a saint for every disaster. Saint Apollonia for toothaches. Saint Anthony for lost animals. Saint Scholastica for storms. We don't light candles, we beg favours. Some wear tokens. Others whisper prayers into tree trunks or bury relics in their gardens. Officially, that's not condoned. But we're peasants. We'll take protection from wherever we can get it. Superstition fills the gaps where the Church won't go. A dream of falling means a death's coming. A barn owl in the rafters means a curse. If the fire hisses without wind, someone's lying in the room. We hang horseshoes over the door, place iron near the cradle, and never, ever speak the name of someone recently buried after dark. Old Wren keeps bones wrapped in cloth under her bed, says they're from saints. Agnes says they're from rats. But when the crops failed last year, even Agnes went to Wren for a blessing. Sometimes, when the priest leaves the village, Wren visits the sick. She mumbles over them, burns herbs, and says words in a language no one claims to know. Half the time, they get better. The priest doesn't ask how. Confession is its own ritual. You kneel on cold stone, list your sins, envy, pride, sloth, that time you swore at a cow, and the priest tells you how many prayers it'll take to earn back God's good graces. It's not math, but it feels like it. Small sin, 5 Hail Marys. Big sin, longer kneeling and maybe a scolding. The trick is to never confess anything that might require public penance. Sometimes they flog people in the square. A boy who stole bread. A woman who cursed during childbirth. The Church calls it correction. The rest of us call it spectacle. We watch because not watching looks suspicious. And because the world's so grim, it's hard to look away from a drama that isn't your own. Punishments are harsh, but vague. The Church's justice isn't about fairness. It's about example. It's about fear. They want obedience, not understanding. We don't ask why. We just bow our heads and avoid questions that don't have safe answers. Even holidays are theirs. Christmas, Easter, Pentecost, days meant for rest, but never for joy without guilt. We attend Mass, fast, and maybe, if the Lord allows, eat something better than gruel. I remember once we had venison. The priest said it was a gift. I saw the squire dragging the deer through the woods 2 days earlier. Maybe the saints delivered it, or maybe they were just busy looking elsewhere. There's comfort in the ritual, even when you're not sure you believe every word. Lighting a candle for a lost child, kneeling beside your wife as she prays for a better harvest, holding a trembling hand in the confessional and whispering something that's weighed on you since the frost took your neighbour. I've buried friends who died with rosaries in their hands. I've seen men scream for mercy with their last breath. The Church says heaven waits for the faithful. But when the earth is hard and the stomach is empty, faith can feel like a coin flipped into the dark. Maybe it lands somewhere good, maybe it doesn't. Still I pray every night for my children, for Ellen, for the animals, even for Agnes, just in case. And I try to be good, because in a world where you don't have much, no title, no money, no say, your goodness is the only thing you get to choose. Sometimes that's enough. Sometimes it has to be. Every family has a story of a miracle, or at least something close enough. My grandmother swore the Virgin appeared in the frost on our window one winter. My uncle claimed a saint spared his leg from gangrene after he dreamed of fire. Are they true? Who knows? But when the snow is falling, and the roof groans under the weight, and the fire's gone low, you tell those stories again. Not because they're certain, but because they're kind. And in this life, that's a rare thing. So tomorrow, I'll rise again with the bell, bow my head at Mass, and thank the saints I've made it this far. Not because it's easy, but because it's what we do. We endure, we believe, and we carry on. One prayer, one superstition, one cold morning at a time. It's strange, feeling old in a body that's barely seen 4 decades, but that's how it goes. I'm 40, give or take, no one's really counting, and I creak like the barn door in November. My name is still Thomas, and I've worked these fields since I could stand upright. I've got more scars than memories, and most mornings I feel like a tree that was struck by lightning but didn't quite fall over. They call us old when our backs curve and our teeth start dropping. Not because we've earned some great title or pension, but because it's rare to even reach this age. Most don't. Most are buried before they ever get to mutter about aching joints or how things used to be better back when bread didn't taste like old dirt. So here I am, still breathing, still bending, still one stubbed toe from becoming a cautionary tale for the younger lads. My hands, once strong enough to lift bundles of wheat and wrestle stubborn pigs, now tremble when I grip the plough. My knees, which have spent years kneeling in dirt, prayer and grief, complain with every bend. I've started walking with a stick. Not because I want to, I'd rather limp like a fool, but because it's that or cruel. You'd think I'd earned some rest by now, but there's still wood to chop, grain to grind, and animals to feed. Ellen says I should take it easy, but the fire doesn't light itself, and no one else is going to keep the roof patched. So I move slower, ache louder, and pretend I'm still as sharp as I was back when I could sprint across the village without pulling something. Truth is, you age fast when you spend your life in mud, wind, and worry. The sun carves lines into your face. The cold hollows out your bones. And the hunger, even when it doesn't kill you, leaves its mark. It's not just the body, it's the loss. I've buried more people than I can name. My father died when I was barely big enough to carry a shovel. My sister, in the great fever of '89. One of my boys during the last frost, when the chimney cracked and the smoke filled the room before we woke. We don't cry loudly. That's not how it works. We nod, we dig, we lower them into the earth, and then we go home and scrub the hearth as if that will bring them back. Some folks turn bitter, others quiet. I've done both. These days, I mostly just talk to the fire. In the village, you become the old one once you outlive 2 generations. Children start asking your opinion, even if you've never said anything worth repeating. You get asked to bless meals, settle arguments, explain why the moon looks odd, as if surviving makes you wise. But I know better. Half of survival is luck. The other half is sheer stubbornness. There's no such thing as retirement. That word doesn't exist for us. When you can't work the fields anymore, you mend tools, scare crows, or tend to the chickens with whatever's left of your knees. If you're too feeble for even that, you tell stories and hope someone leaves bread at your door. If you're lucky, you'll have children who still live close and kind enough to care for you. If not, the winter decides when it's time to lie down for good. Meals grow smaller too. The best cuts go to the younger ones. They've got work to do. You make do with crusts, soup from bones, and whatever's still growing in the back plot. My teeth are fewer now, and I chew slowly, carefully, like every bite is a negotiation. Sometimes I forget what food tasted like when I still had all my molars. Not that it was ever much to begin with. My hearing isn't what it was either. Half the time I pretend I didn't catch the insult or the joke. The other half, I genuinely didn't. The younger lads think I'm going soft. Let them. There's power in being underestimated, and peace in not hearing Agnes's complaints the first time around. Every now and then, I catch a glimpse of myself in the water trough, a face I barely recognise, sunken cheeks, greying beard, eyes that look like they've seen too much and remember too little. My hair, once thick and dark, is now thinning and wiry, more hay than hair. Ellen says I'm still handsome. I think she lies out of pity or habit. Either way, I let her. The church says we gain wisdom as we age. That time polishes the soul. Maybe that's true. Or maybe we just learn how to complain more politely. Still, I do find myself thinking more. Not about regrets, but about patterns. How the rains come earlier now. How children stop asking questions once they see you don't have answers. How death doesn't surprise you anymore, just reminds you to keep your good cloak mended. In the evenings, I sit near the hearth and carve things from scrap wood. Little animals, faces, once a rosary. Ellen says it keeps me quiet. I say it keeps me sane. There's not much difference anymore. Sometimes I walk to the edge of the village and just stand there, looking at the trees. I used to climb them when I was a boy. Now, I watch the wind move through their branches and wonder which will fall first, me or the oak near the stream. The lads think I'm strange, that I've grown quiet, soft, thoughtful. But that's just what happens when you've lived long enough. You run out of noise. You realise that most arguments weren't worth the breath, and most of the people you argued with are gone anyway. You notice the small things more. The way frost clings to the edge of the window like lace. The sound of Ellen's stitching late at night. The smell of fresh straw on the floor. They don't seem like much, but when your bones hurt and your days blur, these details are what anchor you. You also start to reckon with what you've done, and haven't. The child you yelled at too harshly. The feast day you skipped to rest. The neighbour you never quite forgave. The little things that stick, long after bigger memories fade. The lads in the village say I'm lucky, that I've made it this far. But they don't see the toll it takes. How every cough feels like a warning. How every winter could be the last. They see me smile and think I've made peace with things. But most days, I'm just tired. I still work, in my own way. I sharpen tools. I teach the younger ones how not to cut their thumbs off with a sickle. I sit with the dying when no one else can bear it. That last one. That one's important. There's something about being near someone when they pass. It's not loud or dramatic. It's quiet. Like a candle going out when no one's watching. And I pray more. Not for myself, but for my children. For Ellen. For the strength to keep rising each day, even when I'd rather not. Faith changes with age. It stops being about reward and becomes more about rhythm. Like breath. Or the seasons. So I carry on. Slowly. Quietly. With a limp in my step. And 1,000 memories in my bones. I don't know how much time I've got left. But I know how to use it. I'll feed the fire. I'll teach the young. I'll kiss Ellen's cheek while she's still within reach. Because even in a world built to forget men like me, I remember. And I endure. Until I can't. And even then, the sun will rise and someone else, maybe one of mine, will carry the pail, sow the field, and remember my name, if only in passing. There's no grand finale, no parade, no one reads your name from a scroll, or carves it into anything fancy. When a peasant dies, the world keeps spinning. The bread keeps baking. The animals still need feeding. But for the handful of people who knew your laugh, your limp, or the way you always cursed at the rooster, it matters. At least for a while. I suppose I always knew how it would end. Not dramatic, not clean, just slow. A fire that gets smaller each winter, until one day it goes out for good. There are no doctors, no warm hospitals, no last-minute miracles. Just a straw mattress, a bucket nearby, and people trying not to look too worried, or too relieved. The signs come slowly at first. You wake later, eat less. The strength in your hands disappears like morning frost. Ellen watches me closely now. Not in fear, but with that quiet attentiveness she's always had. She knows I'm slipping. So do I. I've started putting things in order. Not because I think death can be scheduled like a village council, but because I'd rather not leave a mess. I've shown our eldest where the tools are buried, the ones I kept sharp. I've told him which wall leaks when it rains, and where I once stored the dried rosemary Ellen likes to use for soup, though I doubt it still smells of anything now. There's a weight to these days, a slowness. The world feels dimmer at the edges like dusk that never lifts. But I'm not afraid, truly. I've lived through famine, frost, and funerals. Death is no longer a stranger, more like a neighbour who knocks occasionally just to see if you're home. The priest has been by twice this week. He doesn't say it outright, but he carries his little book of rites now, tucked beneath one arm like a secret waiting to be opened. Last time, he asked if I had any sins to confess. I said I had a list, but the rooster incident was probably the worst of them. He didn't laugh, but Ellen did. We peasants don't get grand funerals. No choirs, no carved angels. If you're lucky, you get a box. More often, it's just a woolen wrap, a short prayer, and a shallow grave somewhere near the chapel wall. The important thing is the blessing. Without it, well, you're risking purgatory. Or worse. I've seen too many buried without rites. A fever takes someone too quick. The priest is off in another parish, and they're laid to rest with nothing but hurried hands and whispered hopes. That won't be me, I hope. I've tried to live clean, paid my tithes, honoured the saints, even fasted on days when there was food to fast from. I remember the last frost that took a man before his time, old Gerard. He slipped on the path by the well, broke his leg, and never stood again. We wrapped him in his cloak, the good one with the patches, and laid him beneath the yew tree. His widow, Marjorie, placed his walking stick at his side, said he might need it in the next world. Burials are quiet here. The bell tolls once, maybe twice. Neighbours gather if they can, but work rarely pauses. The cows won't milk themselves. The village doesn't stop because one soul stopped breathing. And yet, there's a kind of grace in the simplicity. No procession, no grand eulogy, just familiar hands, familiar dirt, and a cross made from 2 crooked branches. We mark our dead not with stones, but with stories. The way he laughed, the way he always fixed the church roof before anyone asked, the way he once ate an entire onion on a dare. That's how we live on, not in marble, but in memory. I've asked Ellen to sing for me when the time comes. Just a quiet hymn, nothing fancy. She has a soft voice, like a lullaby wrapped in wool. I'd rather go out listening to that than the priest's wheezing Latin. The children have started treating me differently too. My youngest granddaughter Alice asked if I was going to turn into a ghost. I told her only if she kept stealing turnips from the cellar. She giggled, but I saw the worry in her eyes. They all know. There's a tradition in our village, passed from mother to daughter. When death comes, you open the windows. Even in winter. It's said to let the soul out, to carry it skyward. I don't know if I believe it, but I've left instructions anyway, just in case. And then there's the matter of legacy. A strange word for a man who owns nothing. No title, no wealth, no land. But maybe legacy isn't gold. Maybe it's the fence I helped mend. The prayer I whispered beside a sickbed. The way my eldest son now kneels before supper without being told. The church teaches that if we live rightly, we'll be rewarded after death. A place without hunger, or pain, or frostbitten toes. I hope that's true. But I've also learned not to count chickens, especially after last winter when the fox got in. Still, I do wonder. What will they say when I'm gone? That I worked hard? That I loved Ellen? That I always remembered to patch the thatch before the rains came? Maybe that's enough. Ellen says she'll bury me near the elder tree if the ground isn't frozen. I like that spot. It's quiet. In the spring, the roots smell like sweetness and old wood. And if she places the carving I made, the one with the little rooster on it, I suppose I'll go out with a bit of a smirk. So when the end comes, and I think it's close now, I'll meet it like I've met every storm, every famine, every failed harvest, with quiet resignation, a muttered curse, and a bit of hope. Not for heaven, but for memory. For a life lived, if not easily, then at least completely. It's not the fear of death that weighs heaviest. It's the worry that you'll be forgotten. That everything you built, everything you endured, might vanish like smoke up a chimney. But I take comfort in knowing my hands shaped this place. Every groove in the wood, every furrow in the soil, bears my mark. The village remembers in quiet ways. A child repeating a saying you once muttered. A patch of herbs still growing by the path because you dropped seeds there half a lifetime ago. A crooked fence post no one ever bothered to fix because it was just how Thomas made it. And when Ellen lights the hearth, long after I'm gone, the warmth will still reach the same corners. Maybe that's all we can ask. To have mattered in small ways. To have been part of something that keeps on breathing after we don't. So, I close my eyes with no grand speech. Just the crackle of fire, the smell of peat, and the quiet rhythm of life continuing, as it always has. And maybe, just maybe, someone will sit by the elder tree one day and feel a little warmth in the breeze. Not enough to name, not enough to explain, but enough to know that someone lived here, loved here, and passed quietly, remembered not in marble, but in the marrow of the village itself. The room is dark, damp, and smaller than a stable. The air smells of soot, sweat, and something vaguely sour, a scent that clings to damp wool and tired skin. You don't remember the moment you're born. No one ever does. But you're told it happened quickly. Your mother screamed, your father paced, and the village midwife muttered prayers over your slippery head as she coaxed you into the world by candlelight. You arrive into a world already claimed by the church. Before your eyes can properly see, before your tiny mouth can form its first blasphemy, the priest is summoned. He's an old man with bowed legs, coarse fingers, and a fondness for ale and authority. He grumbles about the early hour, but arrives anyway, as he always does. Your parents know the rules. Infants must be baptized as soon as possible. The soul, they say, must not spend a single day outside the grace of God. The threat of limbo hangs like fog over the thatched roof. Water is drawn, cold, probably a bit dirty, and the priest traces the sign of the cross on your forehead. He mumbles Latin you don't understand and pours holy water over your scalp. It's more of a splash than a sprinkle. You cry. Everyone relaxes. That's a good sign. The priest declares your soul now belongs to God. Your mother clutches you, exhausted, while your father thanks the priest with a coin he can't afford to give. Just like that, you're no longer simply a child. You're a Catholic. The rite of baptism isn't optional in your world. It is the first ritual in a long string of obligations, the first link in the lifelong chain the church wraps around you, link by link, ceremony by ceremony. Without baptism, you are nothing. Worse than nothing. You are unsaved, unprotected, unacceptable. Should you die unbaptized, even before you've had the chance to sin, you'd be sent to a place neither heaven nor hell. A theological waiting room where souls simply linger. No one understands limbo fully, but everyone fears it. And in a village where death visits often and without warning, from fever, famine, or the wrong mushroom, there's no room for uncertainty. So you're baptized before your mother can even walk across the room. Your soul is washed clean before you ever had the chance to dirty it. They even pick your name from the saint's calendar. You weren't going to be named after your grandfather, no matter what he thought. Your godparents stand behind you during the rite, looking solemn and mildly confused. Their duties are unclear, but spiritually binding. Should your parents die, not unlikely given the mortality statistics, your godparents are expected to raise you in the faith. Not feed you or clothe you necessarily, but make sure you keep going to church. You wonder later in life if they'd have done it. Maybe. If the crops were good that year. As you grow, you notice that the church is not simply part of village life. It is village life. Its bell tolls set the rhythm of your days. Its calendar dictates when you can feast and when you must fast. Its priests are the only literate men in a world where even the local lord signs his name with a shaky X. The church knows what happens to your soul, how to cleanse it, how to charge for the cleansing, and exactly how guilty you ought to feel about everything. The wooden crucifix in your family's cottage looms large. Jesus, nailed, bleeding, sombre, watches your every movement from above the hearth. No one ever explains why the Son of God must always look like he's having a particularly rough afternoon. But the message is clear. Someone suffered for your sins, even if you haven't committed any yet. You learn early that guilt is a kind of inheritance. Like the family goat, it's just handed down whether you want it or not. When you begin to speak, your mother teaches you the Lord's Prayer before she teaches you to count. You learn it by rhythm, not meaning. You mumble it with your hands clasped and your eyes squinting, hoping the effort alone counts. Latin phrases are everywhere, carved into the church walls, muttered by the priest, embroidered into altar cloths. But you don't know what they mean. It's God's language, you're told, which means you're better off not understanding it. The first time you step into the church, you're too young to remember it. Your parents carry you in, freshly baptized, wrapped in linen, a spiritual receipt in your soul. But the first time you really remember going is on a cold morning, when the village fog hangs thick and your stomach is empty. The stone church is cold, the benches are hard, and the priest is somehow both quiet and long-winded. You sit still because you're supposed to, because God is watching, or because your father is. The church itself is the only stone building in the village. It smells of beeswax, mildew, and centuries of whispered fears. There are painted walls you can't read, and wooden statues that seem to stare back. Somewhere near the front, there's a carved scene of the Last Judgment, sinners tumbling into a monstrous mouth full of teeth and fire. You're too young to understand, but not too young to be scared. That's the point. The priest tells your father that fear of hell is healthy for children. It keeps them good. You wonder what kind of child needs nightmares to behave. Then again, you once tried to steal an apple from the Lord's orchard and tripped into the mud before you got 2 steps. Maybe God pushed you. As you begin to age, all of 5 or 6 winters, you start noticing more. The bells that signal Mass, the hush that falls when the priest enters, the way your parents stiffen when his gaze lands on them, the quiet mutter of penance after communion, whispered like someone's trying to fold a secret in half, and always, always the reminder that the church brought you into this world and will be there to usher you out. Even the days of rest are his. Sunday is not for lounging. It's for Mass, for kneeling, for long readings in a language no one in your family speaks. You learn the patterns anyway. When to sit, when to bow, when to look like you're praying, even if you're just wondering what's for supper. A small grumbling part of you wonders why heaven requires so many rehearsals. By the time you're old enough to do chores without supervision, you've already learned that God is everywhere. He's in the storms that drown the barley, in the silence after your mother coughs, and in the eyes of the priest who never blinks long enough. You hear whispers of saints and demons, relics and sins, indulgences and miracles. You don't understand most of it, but you don't question it either. That's what gets people burned. Still, there are moments of comfort. The way candlelight flickers against the stone walls, the soft chant of a hymn you don't know but feel anyway, the smell of bread at Easter Mass, the small mercy of being reminded, once in a while, that not everything sacred is terrifying. Some of it is just quiet, and kind, and warm. But those moments are rare. Most days, the church feels more like a gatekeeper than a shepherd. You were born into its arms, but also its grip. You begin to sense, even as a child, that this isn't a place you enter. It's a place that never leaves you. Baptism may have saved your soul, but it also marked you. A mark that says, you belong to us, forever. And when the priest looks at you during Sunday service, eyes unreadable beneath his drooping brow, you believe it. They say the soul is light as breath. But from the moment yours was dipped in holy water, it's carried a certain weight. Not evil, not cruel, just constant. A low pressure on the chest, a slow whisper in the ear. The church will guide you, judge you, punish you, and praise you, all in equal measure, and all from the moment you entered the world, born with nothing, baptized with water, owned by God. It begins with a mural. You're barely tall enough to see over the pew when your eyes first catch the twisted mass of bodies, flames, and teeth. Painted high on the wall, right above the altar, is a great gaping mouth, open wide, impossibly wide, with jagged yellow fangs stretching into shadows. Inside the mouth are people, hundreds of them, naked, screaming, clutching at each other, tumbling into the throat of a beast you've never seen in nature, but understand instinctively. This is what waits if you misbehave. Welcome to church. You tug on your mother's sleeve. She doesn't look. Everyone's facing forward. The priest's voice drones in Latin, a language that means something to God and absolutely nothing to you. But the painting makes its point without translation. Hell is real. It has a mouth, and you are precisely the right size to fit inside it. From that moment on, you see signs of damnation everywhere, in stone carvings, in stained glass, in wooden statues that seem to glare at you even when your eyes are shut. One particularly horrifying window shows a man being spit-roasted by demons, who look as though they're enjoying their work far too much. Another sculpture near the door shows a soul being weighed against a feather, with a scowling devil ready to pounce should things go poorly. You've never felt so heavy in your life. Fear, you quickly learn, is part of the service. Hell isn't just a place, and it's a presence, a looming possibility, a word that makes grown men flinch and children sleep with one eye open. The priest doesn't avoid the subject. In fact, he rather enjoys it. He preaches of it regularly, painting pictures with his voice that rival the frescoes in detail. Fire that doesn't consume, pain that never ends, worms that feast forever. Eternal suffering. All because you coveted your neighbour's goat or rolled your eyes at your mother's stew. You start keeping a mental list of your sins. It grows quickly. The church teaches that even thoughts can condemn you. A wicked idea, no matter how brief or harmless, stains the soul. So when you catch yourself daydreaming during Mass, or muttering under your breath when you're told to scrub the floor again, you panic. You begin to confess things you're not even sure are sins, just to be safe. Once, you admitted to feeling annoyed when your sister chewed too loudly. The priest raised an eyebrow and added an extra prayer, just in case. Children in the village whisper about hell as though it's a neighbour who lives just beyond the woods. They share stories in low voices, of gluttons who are force-fed molten gold, of liars whose tongues are nailed to tables, of thieves who are buried alive in pits of ash. You aren't sure which stories come from Scripture and which from someone's older cousin, but it hardly matters. The images are sticky. They follow you into your sleep. And when you dream of fire. On feast days, mystery plays are performed in the village square. These are supposed to be educational, uplifting even, but somehow they always end with someone being dragged to hell by a man in red robes and a mask with horns. The devil in these plays is often the best actor. He struts, he grins, he sings. He's the only one who seems to be having any fun. Until, of course, he drags a merchant or a wayward nun into a painted pit, and the crowd gasps and clutches their crosses. You do too. Every time. One year, a player collapsed mid-performance. Heat stroke, someone said, and the rumour spread that it was divine punishment. He had mocked the devil too convincingly. The priest didn't confirm or deny it, which, as you've learned, is his favourite way to say yes. The worst part is how normal it all feels after a while. Hell becomes background noise. Part of the rhythm of life, like frost in winter or blisters in summer. You accept it the way you accept the Lord's taxes or the smell of damp straw. Of course there's a hell. Of course it's full of flames and teeth and regrets. Of course it's waiting. What else would be at the end of such a hard life? And yet, amid the fear, there's a strange comfort in the certainty of it all. The rules are clear. Obey, confess, tithe, fast, stay in line, keep your soul clean, or at least scrubbed semi-regularly. The path is narrow, the priest says, but it leads to heaven. And if you wander, well, the mouth is still open. You start to notice the economics of damnation. There's a price for nearly everything. Sins can be absolved, time in purgatory shortened, eternal fire postponed, all for the right donation. Indulgences, they're called. Forgiveness, available for purchase. The wealthier villagers clutch parchment certificates, declaring their sins absolved in advance. You've seen one man smile with relief after paying for a sin he hasn't even committed yet. That, you think, is planning ahead. Your family can't afford such luxuries. You give what you can. Eggs, a length of twine, once even your father's belt. The priest accepts each offering with solemn gratitude, then gently remind you that salvation is a lifelong process, not a one-time transaction. You nod, ashamed, and wonder whether anyone in your house has ever truly been forgiven. The fear sharpens with age. As you grow older, you understand more of the sermons, and they only deepen the dread. Eternal torment, outer darkness, wailing and gnashing of teeth. One day you ask your mother what gnashing means. She demonstrates by clenching her jaw and grinding her teeth slowly. You don't ask again. Punishments, you notice, are tailored. The lazy are made to labour forever. The proud are broken, the impure are exposed. Every sin has its poetic inverse. Every weakness becomes a weapon. It's almost elegant, almost beautiful, almost. Even your surroundings seem built to remind you of judgment. Gargoyles leer from the church roof, their twisted faces frozen mid-scream. The stone floor is always just a little too cold. The incense, sweet as it is, masks something older, a scent of wax and bone and centuries of confession. And then there's the painting. Always the painting. No matter where you sit, that mouth is there, waiting. Once, in a moment of rare honesty, you ask your father if he believes in all of it, the fire, the demons, the eternal part. He doesn't answer at first, just stares into the fire. Then he says, "It doesn't matter whether it's real. What matters is that we believe it is." You don't ask again. The priest says that fear is the beginning of wisdom. That hell is a kindness, really. A warning, a guide, a motivator. That without it, people would sin freely. That with it, we can be shaped into holy vessels. You look around at the people in your village. hollow-eyed, bent-backed, praying harder than they speak, and wonder what kind of vessels they've become. There are moments when you feel brave, when the sun is warm and the bread is fresh, and the meadow smells like thyme, when you laugh with your sister or hear bird song echo through the trees. You think, in those moments, that maybe hell isn't real, that maybe it's just a story to keep peasants pliant and children scared, but the feeling never lasts. A sermon, a shadow, a cold gust of wind, and the doubt melts away. You kneel again, you cross yourself again, you whisper your prayers in the dark, careful to include even the small sins, just in case, because hell is a place of fire, because hell is a place of truth, because hell is the one thing you are sure is listening, and if it's not real, well, the fear still works just fine. You learn to give before you learn to speak. It starts with the clink of a coin in a wooden bowl, your mother's hand shaking slightly as she parts with the only spare penny in the cottage. You're too young to understand what the offering is for. You think maybe it's a toll, like the one at the bridge, or payment for using the church's fire. It isn't until years later that someone explains, the church needs it, for candles, for wine, for your soul. Of course, your soul never asked for any of these things, but it's apparently the sort of guest who racks up a bill without mentioning it. Every Sunday, the bowl goes around. Sometimes it's a basket, sometimes a box. It doesn't matter. It comes to you all the same, slow, expectant, quiet as a tax collector with good posture. Everyone sees what you give, and what you don't. The shame of an empty hand, even when your pockets are empty too, is its own kind of punishment. They call it a tithe, a holy duty. 1/10 of everything you have, or as close as you can manage without starving. Livestock, grain, a sack of onions, it all counts. The local reeve keeps track of who's generous and who's merely obedient. Generosity, in this case, is defined by how uncomfortable the donation makes you. If your pantry still looks respectable afterwards, you didn't give enough. You come to understand that poverty doesn't exempt you. It brands you. The poor must give not in abundance, but in proportion to their lack. A rich man who gives a silver coin is admired. A poor man who gives his last turnip is considered saintly. Your family has learned to aim for something in between, respected but not canonized. Saints don't eat very well. The church doesn't just collect tithes, though. There are special contributions, penance payments, alms for the poor, alms for the monks, alms for the poor monks, collections for rebuilding the church roof, collections for painting a new Virgin Mary, collections for cleaning the old Virgin Mary. Every spiritual concern seems to have a matching fee. You suspect someone is keeping a very long tab. It doesn't stop at the doors of the church. When your uncle dies, your family is expected to offer a soul fee. A few coins paid to the priest to ensure his safe passage through purgatory. It's not mandatory, exactly, but no one wants to see what happens to an unpaid soul. The priest's prayers come slower when there's no silver on the altar. Later, when your cousin gets married, there's a fee for that too. A blessing doesn't come cheap. Love may be free, but the sacrament of holy matrimony costs exactly 6pence and a chicken. And then there are indulgences. You hear the word for the first time while eavesdropping onto older villagers near the well. They speak of parchment, wax seals, and a promise that sounds too good to be true. Sins forgiven in exchange for coin. It sounds like something a market huckster would shout from behind a cart, but when you ask the priest, he nods solemnly. Yes, he says, the Church, through its infinite mercy, offers forgiveness for donations of sufficient sincerity. And if your sincerity happens to be measured in shillings, well, who are we to question divine arithmetic? Indulgences become a quiet obsession in the village. People speak of them with envy and awe. A neighbour shows off his parchment like it's a relic, a declaration that his recent anger, gluttony, and unspecified travel behaviour are now forgiven. You can't read the Latin, but the seal looks official. He walks taller afterward. Your family cannot afford indulgences, but your father tries once, after a particularly severe illness, one that leaves him pale and shaking for days. He stumbles into the church with half a sack of barley and a carved token meant to resemble St. Cuthbert, though it mostly resembles a badger. The priest is polite. The offering is accepted. Your father says he feels lighter. He doesn't specify whether he means spiritually or because he gave away half his winter storage. You begin to grasp the logic. Guilt is a currency. Fear is an investment. And salvation is not unlike a transaction at the market. Everyone pays. The rich pay visibly. The poor pay painfully. The Church also knows how to sweeten the deal. Once, a friar comes to your village selling relics. A splinter of the true cross, a scrap of the Virgin's veil, a bone that may or may not have belonged to St. Peter's donkey. Each comes with a price. Each promises blessings. People gather to touch them, to kneel, to murmur prayers. One woman weeps openly while holding what she's told is a vial of Christ's breath. You're not sure how one bottles a breath, but no one dares ask. The friar leaves 3 days later with a full satchel and a fresh horse. Even children aren't spared. You're taught from a young age to give what you can. A small coin, a portion of your bread, an hour of labour sweeping the church steps. It's good for your soul, they say. It builds character. And besides, you're lucky. Some children are given to the church, permanently. There's a family in your village who gave up their third son to the monastery. Couldn't feed him, couldn't keep him. Now he's clean, fed, and reportedly very good at Latin. His mother cries every feast day. His father never speaks of it. When you pass the monastery on long walks, you glance at the walls and wonder if he thinks about the fields he left behind. Once, you ask the priest what the church does with all the things it collects. He smiles and gestures vaguely toward heaven. The Lord keeps accounts, he says. You nod, unsure whether that's a metaphor or an administrative procedure. Either way, the ledger seems to grow longer by the day. The church reminds you often that this life is temporary. That comfort now may cost you later. That it is better to suffer in this world than the next. It's a hard thing to hear when your boots are leaking and your stomach groans like a dying cow. But it's also oddly motivating. Misery becomes noble. Hunger becomes holy. And generosity, even if born from fear, is treated like virtue. Still, there are moments when the burden feels absurd, like the time your mother dropped a coin meant for the offering plate and it rolled under the pew. She spent the entire Mass on her knees, not in prayer, but trying to reach it without drawing attention. She got it back eventually. It was given, polished with sleeve, with a trembling hand and an apology. You've never seen her look more devout. Or the time a neighbour brought an offering of eggs, only to have one break in the basket. The smell during communion was memorable. The priest insisted it was a lesson in humility. Others suggested the lesson was in reinforcing your baskets. Another time, the village baker attempted to give loaves made from last year's flour. The priest accepted them, but later reminded the congregation that the Lord prefers first fruits. The baker never made that mistake again. His next donation was fresh, soft, and notably missing from the shop shelves. There's humour in all of this, if only because the alternative is weeping. A sort of grim laughter shared among villagers who know the game is rigged but play it anyway. The church is the only path to salvation, and that path is lined with toll booths. You don't complain, you pay, you nod, you hope, because one day it will be your funeral. Your soul will hover, uncertain, and someone will stand at the altar with a coin in hand, a last payment, a final bribe, and you'd like that person to have something to offer, even if it means going hungry now, even if it means handing over your last hen, your last hope, your last bit of pride. Because when heaven's gate is locked, you pray it's not your name that's missing from the guest list, but the donation. And you pray most of all that God accepts credit. You are 7 when you first shuffle into the dark wooden box at the side of the church. You've never been inside it before, but you've seen others go, and you've seen how they emerge after, quiet and small, eyes cast down, sometimes red-eyed, sometimes oddly peaceful. No one explains what you're meant to do, not properly, but it's your turn now, so in you go. The priest's voice seeps through the wooden lattice like wind through a cracked shutter. Speak, my child. You freeze. The silence stretches. Then you mumble something about stealing an egg, even though you're not sure you did. Maybe you thought about it. Or maybe you just watched someone else do it and didn't speak up. Either way, it's the best you've got. He sighs, long and low, and tells you to say 3 paternosters, 2 Ave Marias, and try not to let temptation win next time. You nod, even though he can't see you, and stumble out into the church's main hall, blinking as if you've emerged from a cave. Thus begins a lifetime of confession. You learn quickly that confession isn't just for murderers and thieves. It's for everyone. Everyone sins, even when they don't mean to, even when they don't understand how. You've heard that failing to fast properly on a feast day is a sin. Missing church is a sin. Speaking harshly to your mother is a sin. Thinking lustfully about the thatch roof girl with the crooked teeth might be the worst sin of all. And so you confess, week after week, sometimes with conviction, sometimes with imagination. Your village isn't particularly sinful, if you measure it by violence or crime. But by church standards, it's positively writhing with corruption. Old Jorick the Smith grumbles about indulgences again and again, but he still lines up with the rest of you for weekly penance. Ellen, the brewer's daughter, is in there so often you wonder if she rents space in the confessional. You once saw your father walk in looking stern and walk out looking hollow, like something had been wrung out of him behind that little screen. You're not supposed to talk about what's said in there, but everyone gossips anyway, and everyone lies, just a little. No one admits it, of course, but you know it happens. How could it not? Who wants to admit to envying a neighbour's plough? Who wants to say aloud they touched themselves beneath the hay when they were supposed to be hauling water? You once tried to confess a dream. You weren't sure it was a sin, but it felt like one. The priest told you dreams don't count unless you enjoy them too much. You're still not sure what that means. By the time you're old enough to understand Latin phrases and church teachings, at least the ones the priest decides are fit for a peasant's ears, you realise that confession isn't really about telling your sins. It's about feeling them. Regret, shame, guilt. These are the tools with which your soul is chipped into shape. The priest is just the sculptor. Or perhaps more accurately, the man who collects the chisel marks and reports them back to God. The confessional itself becomes oddly comforting. It's one of the few places in your life where you can speak without interruption, without judgment, or so they say. Though you often feel judged by the creak of the bench or the way the priest clears his throat when you admit something mildly scandalous. There was the time you said you harboured dark thoughts about kicking your neighbour's goose. The priest paused so long you thought he might call for backup. You begin to notice patterns. Some sins are met with a gentle nod and a quick penance. Pride, laziness, forgetting to say grace before supper. Others, like envy or impure thoughts, earn a slower voice, a more solemn tone, and sometimes a lecture. Anything to do with lust is treated as though it personally offended the Virgin Mary herself. And then there are the sins you didn't even know were sins until someone else got punished for them. Gossiping during Mass. Using the Lord's name while chasing a runaway pig. Missing a fast day because you didn't know it was a fast day. Each mistake is a reminder. The Church keeps the rule book, and it's updated regularly. Sometimes you run out of things to confess. It's a quiet week. No one's died, no one's fought. You haven't stolen or lusted or lied. And so you start inventing small things. You claim you were impatient with your sister. You muttered something rude about a local monk. Once, you confessed to taking more than your share of pottage, even though you gave half to a dog with sad eyes. Better to confess something than nothing. Better to appear sinful than to risk appearing arrogant. That too is a sin. Over time, your relationship with confession becomes complicated. You wonder how the priest knows what sins are truly worthy of fear and which are merely frowned upon. You wonder what he does with all that knowledge. Does he forget it instantly, wiping it away like dust on a windowsill? Or does he store it, stacking each whispered guilt in neat little piles inside his mind? You know he's just a man. You've seen him nod off during homilies. You've seen his boots patched with leather like everyone else's. Once, you saw him drinking ale behind the sacristy, cheeks pink and eyes glazed, and you wondered if he had someone to confess to. Sometimes the confessional smells of beeswax and incense. Other times it smells of sweat and damp wool. Always it smells like something old and private, like a place too used to secrets. You hear rumours of public confession in bigger towns, of sinners kneeling before whole congregations, sobbing their sins to rows of judgmental eyes. You thank whatever saint looks after small villages that yours doesn't practice such humiliation. Not yet, at least. When you're older, you learn about penance that isn't just prayers. There are stories of men forced to crawl on hands and knees to the altar, of women forbidden from speaking for a week, of entire families made to give up a prized pig to atone for a single misdeed. The weight of sin, it seems, can be measured in livestock as well as sorrow. And yet, despite all this, the shame, the guessing games, the occasional creative embellishments. You keep going. Every week, every season, every year. Because no matter how tiresome it gets, no matter how repetitive or surreal or uncomfortable it feels to murmur a litany of personal failings into the ear of a man who once farted during Vespers, you're afraid not to. Because if you stop confessing, your sins will pile up. And if they pile up too high, they'll drag your soul down. That's what you're told. That's what you believe. And maybe, just maybe, there's comfort in the ritual. In knowing that no matter how muddy your boots, how flawed your thoughts, how foolish your heart, there's always a booth waiting and a man behind a screen who'll offer you a few words, a few prayers, and a chance to try again. Even if you're not sure what you did wrong in the first place, the miracle begins, as many do, with a whisper. You're out mending the fence that barely keeps the goats from eating your neighbour's turnips when word spreads. The statue of the Virgin in the chapel down the road has wept. Not just moisture. Tears. Real tears, they say. Wet, glistening, human tears rolling down her cheek. You pause, squinting into the sun. Is it true? Does it matter? You feel your legs begin to walk before your mind catches up. In a village with few excitements and even fewer diversions, a weeping statue is cause for a pilgrimage, even if that pilgrimage is only half a mile. By the time you arrive, the chapel is crowded. Everyone seems to be leaning inward, craning necks, stepping on each other's toes for a glimpse of the miraculous. The air smells of hay, breath, and incense. Someone's lit a thurible swinging smoke, like it'll help make sense of it all. You can't get close enough to see the tears yourself. A man swears they've dried up. A woman says she saw them with her own eyes, clear as spring water. Someone else says they weren't tears but blood. Another insists it was oil, sweet and fragrant like pressed olives from the Holy Land. The statue just stands there, as stony and unbothered as ever. Still, a miracle is a miracle. Whether you saw it or not hardly matters. The priest is already speaking about how it's a sign, a warning perhaps of sin in the village, or maybe a blessing for the faithful who've remained pure. It depends on the sermon. It always does. Miracles, you find, are rarely convenient things. They tend to arrive when people are already hungry, or tired, or busy. They demand attention, devotion, a bit of coin for the poor box, and sometimes a candle you can barely afford. But no one dares question them aloud. That would be impious, disrespectful, dangerous even. And yet, inside you, the doubt creeps in like a draught through the chapel door. The church has always traded in the wondrous. From saints who levitate to relics that glow, medieval Christendom was built on more than just scripture. It was built on spectacle. In an age where literacy was rare and science was indistinguishable from sorcery, these wonders were not only believed, but expected. You remember your uncle swearing that St. Margaret once helped his cow give birth after a desperate prayer. He said he saw a glowing light in the barn, right above the hay, and then, miracle of miracles, the calf slid out, healthy and bawling. You also remember your uncle was drunk for most of Lent, but even the sober speak of such things, of saints who bled for the sins of others, of monks who healed with a touch, of bones that never decayed. The stories grow with each telling, details added like seasoning to pottage, just enough to make them palatable. You once saw a traveller arrive with a splinter of the true cross. He kept it in a little glass tube sealed with wax and surrounded by gold filigree. He said it came from Rome, and that the Pope himself had blessed it. For a small donation, you could kiss it and receive a full indulgence from minor sins. A few women wept. One man fainted. You gave 2 pennies and tried not to think too hard about where one might find that many splinters of a single cross. The relic trade is booming, or so they say. Every church wants one. A sliver of bone, a drop of blood, a sandal worn by a saint, a tooth, a finger, even a feather from the angel Gabriel himself. Some relics sit in fine reliquaries of silver and gold. Others are wrapped in cloth and kept in locked boxes, only brought out on feast days. You once queued for 3 hours to see the severed hand of St. Alban. It looked suspiciously like a chicken wing, but no one said so. Miracles, of course, are good for business. They draw crowds. Crowds bring offerings. Offerings mean candles are lit, incense burned, and the coffers of the church jingle with a bit more weight. A weeping statue here, a healing spring there. It all feeds the machine of faith. But there's a deeper reason the church needs miracles. You see, they're proof. Tangible evidence that heaven still watches, still intervenes, still punishes and forgives. For people like you, who live in a world of mud and toil, who bury half their children before they can walk, who bleed and sweat and break, miracles are hope. Shaky, flickering hope, like the flame of a votive candle in a wind-blown chapel. And so you learn not to ask questions. Not out loud, not in front of the priest. Certainly not near the bishop. You nod solemnly when a tale is told. You make the sign of the cross. You whisper your prayer. And if your eyes drift to the statue's dry cheeks, and your mind wonders whether it ever truly wept, you scold yourself and look away. Sometimes, at night, you stare at the ceiling of your hovel and think about St. Cuthbert, who was said to have turned back the sea with his staff, or St. Julian, who cured a man of leprosy with a kiss. You think about the girl from 2 villages over who claimed the Virgin appeared to her in the forest and gave her a silver coin. You think about whether it matters if the stories are true, if the results are the same. Because faith, you learn, is a kind of bargain. You give your trust, your labour, your coin, your children. In return, the church gives you meaning, structure, a path to heaven, and the occasional miracle to reassure you that it's all real, that your suffering isn't wasted, that someone, somewhere, sees you. Once, during a particularly bad year, the crops rotted, the rain came late, and your cousin died of something that made his skin blacken. You saw another miracle, or thought you did. A bird flew into the chapel during Mass, circled the altar, and then vanished. Vanished, not out the window or through the door, but right in mid-air. That's what you told yourself. That's what others said too. The priest claimed it was a sign from God. A good one, he said, and then he asked for donations. You gave a copper penny and a sideways glance. Later, while hauling water, you confessed to your neighbour that you weren't sure the bird vanished. Maybe it had flown into the rafters. Maybe you were imagining things. He didn't respond. Just gave you a look. A very particular look. And you realised it was better to keep such thoughts to yourself. Not long after, that same neighbour came down with a fever. His wife swore she saw St. Michael standing at the foot of his bed, sword drawn. He recovered. Slowly, but he recovered. Another miracle. You didn't say a word. Because in the end, doubt is a quiet thing. It doesn't shout, doesn't argue. It just sits beside you, unnoticed by most, like a tired dog at your feet. You may not feed it, but it's always there. And so you live with miracles. You nod and bow and cross yourself when they happen. You light your candles. You touch the relics. You listen to the tales of weeping statues, glowing bones, and saints who walk among the barley fields in the moonlight. You believe mostly. Enough to get by. Enough to sleep at night. Because even if the miracles are false, the hope they offer is real. And that, you think, might be miracle enough. You don't remember deciding to give your child to the church. Not exactly. There wasn't a moment with trumpets and candles where you handed him over like a loaf of bread on the altar. It was slower than that. Like water creeping through a crack in the wall, it just happened. The idea was planted early, when he was still small enough to sleep on your chest. Such a good child, the priest said one day. So quiet, so obedient. A soul like that would do well in God's house. You nodded, unsure what he meant. But the seed was sown. By the time your boy was old enough to feed chickens and trip over his own feet in the fields, the whispers were louder. "You've too many mouths," the neighbour said, not unkindly. "And the monastery needs novices." It was framed as kindness, as opportunity. One less child to clothe. One more soul aimed at heaven. A chance for him to rise above the muck. So you agreed. You said yes without ever really thinking no was an option. The day he left was overcast. Not dramatically, not like a storybook. Just grey. You dressed him in his best tunic, such as it was, and tried not to cry as you tied the belt. He asked if he'd be allowed to keep his wooden toy, the one you carved for him last Yule. You said no, the monks didn't allow toys. He nodded and looked down at the floor. The priest came for him at dawn. He smiled broad and warm, like this was a wedding instead of a goodbye. Your son walked beside him, small and silent, clutching a sack of bread and your wife's handkerchief. You told yourself it was the right thing. You told yourself it was God's will. You told yourself again and again that he would have a better life than you ever could. But it didn't feel like a blessing. It felt like loss. In the monastery, he would rise before the sun. He would chant psalms in a language he didn't understand, eat in silence, and sleep on hard boards with no fire. He would scrub floors, copy texts, and learn to fear sin in 50 new forms. If he was lucky, he'd become a monk. If not, he'd serve until his back broke and his hands curled with age, and then be buried beneath cold stone. You weren't allowed to visit. The church said detachment was holy. That love must be surrendered, like everything else. So you stayed away. But at night, when the wind howled through the cracks in your cottage, you whispered his name. You wondered if he was warm, if he missed your cooking, poor as it was, if he still remembered the lullaby your wife sang when the snow came early. Sometimes, late at night, you wonder what he dreams about now. Does he remember the village square, the feel of bare feet on packed earth, the sting of a switch when he teased the chickens? Or are his dreams filled with Latin verse and the echo of cloisters, dreams shaped by walls too smooth to climb and rules too numerous to question? In the early weeks after he leaves, you half expect to hear his voice outside the door, to see him running across the field, arms flailing, wild-eyed with regret. But it never happens. The church does not return what it claims. It sanctifies, isolates, and reforms. You've seen it before. Boys who left laughing come back years later, with flat voices and downcast eyes. their fingers moving unconsciously over rosary beads, as if afraid to forget. And there's something else that gnaws at you, deep in the marrow of your days. The sense that this wasn't truly your choice, that perhaps it never was. When the priest speaks, you nod. When he smiles, you agree. When he invokes God's will, you lower your gaze and fold your hands. Because the church doesn't need to force you with whips. It only needs to make you believe that saying no would be a sin. You begin to understand, in the quiet hours, how deeply this power runs. It's not just in the altar or the sermon. It's in the silence of every parent who lets go. It's in the hollow space at your table where a child used to sit and no one dares speak their name. It's in the way your wife folds that one extra tunic and then tucks it away, even though no one will wear it again. The priest visits a week later, smiling as always, speaking softly about God's mercy and how well your son has settled in. A natural, he says, obedient, curious. He seems pleased, as if he's just acquired a new goat with excellent temperament. You nod and murmur a blessing, and pretend it's enough. But a small part of you wants to ask, does he cry? Does he ask about us? Does he wish he'd said goodbye? Instead you offer bread. Thin, crusty, inadequate. The priest takes it without hesitation. That too is the way of things. Seasons pass. Your son's absence becomes part of the rhythm. At times you almost forget what his voice sounded like. Then you'll hear his younger brother mutter something in the same cadence, and your chest will tighten for reasons you don't explain. The village moves on. Another child is given over to the church. This one from the miller's family. A girl this time. People talk. Some say it's a blessing. Others, in hushed tones, say it's convenient. The line between faith and desperation is not always so easy to spot when both wear the same vestments. You sometimes wonder if the saints ever miss their families, or if sainthood requires forgetting where you came from. And then, years later, perhaps 5, perhaps 10, a monk returns to bless the fields. He walks slowly with purpose, a man clearly not made for mud, but determined to walk through it anyway. You recognize the curve of his jaw, the set of his shoulders. But his voice is strange. It rolls like scripture, not like story. He speaks of God's bounty and the price of sin, and you listen, but your mind keeps wandering to a scar on his wrist. You know that scar? You remember when he got it climbing the old tree near the pond. He doesn't acknowledge you. He probably doesn't even know who you are. Or maybe he does, and that's worse. The church says it gave him a life of meaning. You gave him to the church, and neither of you will say aloud what was taken. In time, you stop praying that he'll return. Instead, you pray he's warm. You pray he's safe. You pray that when he lights a candle in the chapel, a small part of the flame remembers your hearth. Because no matter what they say about piety, obedience, and the glory of sacrifice, the truth is simpler and quieter. You loved your child. You still do. And even if you would make the same choice again, that doesn't make the ache go away. That is the miracle the church never mentions, not weeping statues or glowing relics, but the quiet, stubborn love of a peasant who gave up his child and still prays for him in the dark. And despite all the incense, all the scripture, all the ritual and stone, that love might be the most sacred thing you ever held. The sun still rises, but it's no longer the clock you follow. Its path means less to you than the rhythm of bells from the chapel tower. The the scent of incense drifting over furrowed fields, and the slow, inevitable crawl of feast days, fasts, and holy weeks that wrap around your life like ivy on stone. You don't think in seasons anymore. You think in liturgical colours. Time, for you, is not marked by the tilt of the earth or the smell of the soil, but by the church's wheel. Advent, Epiphany, Lent, Eastertide, Pentecost, ordinary time, though nothing ever feels very ordinary. It begins when you're small. You learn your numbers by counting the weeks until Christmas. You track the year not by birthdays. Peasant children don't really have those, but by when the priest changes his robes from purple to white to green. Your mother prepares for holidays by hoarding eggs and stretching flour, not because of the equinox, but because the calendar says it's time for joy or penance. Every day is named for something: a martyr who was boiled, a saint who stared at a wall for 20 years, or a virgin who sang hymns until she was set on fire. You know these names by ear, not by book. You can't read, but you know when St. Swithin's Day has come, because that's when the sky opens up and doesn't stop raining for a month. Some days you're allowed meat, others only fish. Sometimes even fish is banned, and you chew hard bread with the reverence normally reserved for relics. If you forget which day is which, someone will remind you, often loudly and with great enthusiasm. Lent is the worst. 40 days of fasting, fainting, and finding new ways to hate salted turnips. The church calls it purification. You call it involuntary gardening. No meat, no dairy, no fun. You learn to loathe the smell of leeks and the sound of your own stomach. Still, you keep the fast. Everyone does. Because if you break it and word gets out, the priest might withhold absolution. And if you die without that, well, that's a one-way trip to eternal roastings, complete with pitchforks and screaming angels who are having a very bad day. Easter follows, exploding with roasted lamb, laughter, and the sweet taste of actual fat. You pretend the hunger was worth it. You smile and sing hymns, even though your jaw still aches from gnawing dried peas for a month. Then comes ordinary time, though there's nothing particularly ordinary about it. It's just what the church calls the long, saint-stuffed stretch between major seasons. There's always a new martyr to honour, a new relic to kiss, or a new processional banner to accidentally trip over. The church gives you purpose, structure. You don't need a clock when you have bells. Morning Mass, midday Angelus, Vespers, Compline. Your body learns to move in rhythm with the chime. You wake, you work, you pray, you sleep, not because the sun tells you to, but because the bell insists. Even the land obeys. The fields are blessed before planting, cursed by hail in midsummer, and reclaimed by saints in the fall. You sow when the calendar says you may. You reap before Michaelmas, because that's when the archangel walks the fields, and it's considered rude to interrupt him. Your village square isn't marked by market stalls or fountains. It's marked by the church, squat, looming, always damp, with its cracked bell and ever-burning votive smoke that clings to your clothes even outside the chapel. Inside that church, the year lives in colour and cloth, embroidered banners, fading frescoes, and holy days painted on the walls. The calendar is everywhere, etched in glass, carved in wood, stitched into the priest's alb. You kneel beside your neighbours, whispering psalms, uncertain whether the words are Latin or just very confident mumbling. You know when to bow, when to cross yourself, when to fake a cough during a long homily. The feast days are the closest thing you get to a holiday. On St. Martin's Day, you roast a goose. On Candlemas, you light a taper and hope your house doesn't catch fire. On St. Agnes's Eve, the girls place bread under their pillows, hoping to dream of their future husbands, though the results are usually disappointing and a bit damp. And then come the processions. Long, muddy walks behind a statue of the Virgin, or a suspiciously heavy box that supposedly contains a saint's toenail. You march barefoot, holding a candle that drips onto your wrists, singing the same song for the 10th time, because no one dares stop until the priest does. Sometimes it rains. Sometimes the relic falls. Once it caught fire. No one blamed the saint, of course. Only the boy carrying it. He still limps. Marriages are timed by the calendar. Certain weeks are banned. Too sacred for dancing. You were married the week after Whitsun, because it was the only time left that year not already occupied by penance or plagues. Even death obeys the calendar. Funerals must be approved. There are days too holy for mourning. Your uncle died on Corpus Christi, and the priest insisted on waiting until Friday to bury him, claiming it was what God wanted. The smell suggested otherwise. Then there are the minor feasts, the ones so obscure they border on surreal. St. Bega's Day, the patron of cold hands. St. Fiacre's Day, protector of hemorrhoids. You celebrate them all because it's not worth arguing, and because the villagers enjoy any excuse to light a candle and eat pie. You live like this because it's safer. To ignore the calendar is to risk your soul. To forget a fast is to risk a scolding. To celebrate on the wrong day is to invite whispered rumours and suspicious glances. The priest claims the calendar brings order. You suppose he's right. Without it, your life would just be mud, hunger, and the occasional bout of shingles. At least now it's holy mud, sanctified hunger. Shingles with a feast day. Still, sometimes, on the quiet days, the ones with no saints, no bells, no masses, you feel something strange, a flicker of thought, like a mouse skittering behind your ribs. What would life be like without this calendar? Without this sacred scaffolding? You never let that thought finish. Instead, you rise with the bell, kneel with the crowd, fast when commanded, feast when allowed, because your hours aren't yours. They belong to the saints, to the sacristy, and to the old man who rings the bell, even when no one asks him to. And in the stillness of Vespers, as the smoke curls toward the rafters, and your stomach reminds you it's another fast day, you hope, quietly and obediently, that it's enough. You try, you really do. You rise with the bells, you bow at the altar, you kneel when told and mumble through Latin prayers you don't understand but dare not skip. You cross yourself before meals, after sneezes, and once after a particularly upsetting dream involving Sister Agnes and a very large goat. You are, by all local accounts, a well-behaved Christian peasant. And yet, somehow, you're still doing it wrong. It turns out that following the church isn't about obedience. It's about interpretation. And unfortunately for you, interpretations shift. One day, it's fine to eat eggs during Lent if they've been boiled by your neighbour. The next day, that's heresy, and you're now spiritually adjacent to a leper. You are, in essence, playing a game of eternal salvation where the rules change halfway through, and no one tells you. You remember being young, maybe 10 or 11, when you first noticed the discrepancy. Father Odo preached a homily about the importance of silent prayer. 2 weeks later, Father Elric visited from the abbey and barked at the entire congregation for not praying aloud. He called your village spiritually stagnant and left in a huff. The next day, Father Odo sheepishly explained that we were now to murmur just enough for God to hear, but not enough to distract the saints. That kind of guidance is less than helpful. The Church's position on sin isn't exactly a stationary target either. For most of your life, drinking ale was considered a necessary part of peasant survival. Ale was liquid bread, safer than water, and a minor comfort in a cold, uncaring world. But then came a travelling friar who declared that your daily pint was a gateway to gluttony, and that laughter during meals was a form of pride. Pride, as you well know, leads directly to damnation. So now you sip ale with a frown, and try not to chuckle when your cousin Gervais drops his spoon into the stew pot again. Even your thoughts aren't safe. At first, sin was action-based. Don't steal, don't lie, don't stab your neighbour even if he's really quite stab-worthy. Then came the idea of intentionality. Now, it's not just what you do, it's what you meant to do. That snide thought you had about the bishop's new hat. Sin. That moment of envy when a neighbouring villager's pig gave birth to 7 piglets and yours only managed 2. Also sin. You begin to suspect that your brain is working against your soul. You confess these things, of course, weekly, if not more. But even that process has grown complicated. Some priests ask probing questions, others nod silently, as if reading your sins telepathically through the screen. One priest asked you to confess in order of severity. Another preferred alphabetical. One even told you that sins committed in dreams still counted, which led to an uncomfortable discussion involving Sister Agnes again and a rather unfortunate butter churn. And then there's the matter of indulgences. At first, indulgences were a relief. You could pay a little coin, or donate a chicken, and receive spiritual credit, like tipping your way out of purgatory. But over time, indulgences became a sort of ecclesiastical marketplace. The Church offered them for pilgrimages, for relic donations, even for attending specific masses. You begin to wonder if heaven has a point system, and if so, whether you've accidentally joined the wrong rewards club. What's worse is that different priests tell different stories. Some say purgatory is like a long, smoky waiting room. Others say it's worse than hell because you know relief is coming, just not when. You once asked how long a single sin could trap you there. The priest answered, 1,000 years, maybe more, maybe less. God's time is not our time. Comforting. Your neighbour, old Ethelred, swears he knew a man who returned from the dead after 10 days in purgatory. He came back with a message. Don't eat cheese on Wednesdays. That was it, just that. The priest refused to validate this vision, but now no one eats cheese midweek. You don't either, just in case. The Church also seems to rotate its focus every few years. For a while, gluttony was the enemy. Then it was vanity. Cue a rash of sermon-fueled mirror smashing. Then envy, sloth, and finally wrath. You actually liked wrath sermons? They felt oddly cathartic. But now the priests seem to be circling back to gluttony again, and you're starting to feel personally targeted. Occasionally, the higher-ups host councils, enormous meetings where bishops debate the mysteries of heaven with the enthusiasm of men fighting over spoiled milk. After each council, new decrees trickle down. Suddenly, one type of bread is holier than another. Incense must swing left to right now. Saint Philomena is no longer a saint. The fasting hours change again, and woe betide the peasant who doesn't get the update. You once fasted incorrectly during Lent because your village hadn't yet heard about the latest modification from Rome. The priest forgave you, eventually, but not before suggesting that next time you listen more carefully to the wind, which is not a viable strategy. Heresy is also a moving target. One year, a local woman is praised for her piety because she weeps during Mass. The next year, she's called into question for performative holiness and forced to do penance barefoot through a village. A man was once flogged for owning too many books, not because of the content, but because he was a peasant, and books breed questions. You don't even know how to read, but now you're suspicious of anyone who does. And don't get started on saints. Some are removed, others are added, their feast days appear, vanish, or merge. You once celebrated St. Gerbert's Day, only to learn later he never existed. The whole village had lit candles for a man, who turned out to be a mistranslation of the man, who may or may not have been real. You still feel mildly betrayed. You try to keep up. You really do. But it's exhausting. The older you get, the more you notice the contradictions. And the more you learn to stop noticing them. You make peace with the absurdities. You nod when the priest contradicts last week's sermon. You memorize the correct posture for the new Mass version, even though the old one is still scratched into the pews. You don't question anymore. Because the only thing worse than getting it wrong is being seen questioning the system that says what right even is. So you hold your tongue. You give what's asked. You adjust and adjust again. The path to heaven may be narrow, but it's also winding, overgrown, and full of signs pointing in different directions. And when someone, a child, a new villager, even yourself, asks why, you shrug. You don't know. You just do as the bell says. Because at the end of the day, the church may change its rules, but the final exam stays the same. And you'd rather be over-prepared than surprised. You have always known that in your world, wealth is measured not just in coins, but in contributions to the church. From a young age, you learn that every stray coin, every humble offering, every tired labour paid in kind, builds something far greater than a simple meal or a better pair of boots. It builds monuments, grand cathedrals, towering spires, intricately stained glass windows, structures that soar over the village, unattainable and awe-inspiring, symbols of the church's might and the promise of salvation. Yet, for you and the common folk, these colossal creations remain forever out of reach. They are meant for kings, for the exalted few. For you, they remain distant dreams etched in stone and gold. Every week at Mass, you watch as the collection bowl is passed along, its surface worn and dented from years of offerings. You put in what little you have, a coin here, a scrap of food there. The priest gives a nod of approval, and the bag grows heavier day by day. In those moments, you feel both pride and loss. Pride because you are contributing to something that promises eternal glory, loss because you know that each coin is a sacrifice of your meagre means. It's the cost of faith, and you pay it faithfully. The church uses these donations to build marvellous structures, cathedrals and chapels of unimaginable scale. You hear of them in hushed tones at the local tavern, or on the long, dusty roads where traders speak of cities with soaring spires and stained glass that colours the sky in hues not seen on your modest horizon. These monuments are not built for you. They are built for an ideal, a vision of heaven on earth, where the glory of God is manifested in the brilliance of architecture and art. And yet, every time you hand over your coin, you cannot help but feel that your contribution, as humble as it is part of that grand design. You have seen the imposing silhouette of a cathedral in a town far beyond your own, a structure so vast that its shadow falls across entire villages. The walls of that cathedral are said to be adorned with intricate carvings depicting angels, demons, and scenes from biblical history. Every detail is designed to overwhelm, to fill the viewer with both wonder and a deep, abiding humility. Though you know your own village church is modest, its pews creak, its windows are small, its stained glass often more chipped than colourful, you cannot help but marvel at the possibility. You offer your coins not only because you must, but because you believe that in time your modest offerings contribute to something greater than yourself. Yet, despite this grand promise, the monuments remain forever beyond your reach. You never step inside that vast cathedral. Its doors are always closed, guarded by centuries of tradition and the unyielding presence of wealth you can only dream of matching. The church builds these monuments not as open houses for every soul, but as places of pilgrimage for the faithful, places to be admired from afar, revered as symbols of divine power and human aspiration. The money you contribute fuels this construction, but the very nature of it keeps you out. The cathedrals are for those deemed worthy, for those whose names are inscribed in the annals of history by virtue of their status. And you, a humble peasant, are meant only to admire them from the shadows. Sometimes you catch a glimpse of one of these grand cathedrals rising in a distant town. Its soaring spires pierce the sky, its bells echoing like the heartbeat of a mighty force. You walk along the dirt roads, feeling the weight of each step, knowing that every inch of that edifice represents a sum of donations many times larger than what you've ever managed to give. It's a monument not only to faith, but to the stark divide between the haves and the have-nots. The very structure is a testament to the power of the church, a power that collects the small hopes of the common folk and transforms them into something majestic and immovable. In the dim light of early morning, you recall how your father once spoke of these great constructions. He told you that when a man gives what little he has to the church, he is not simply donating money, he is investing in the eternal. That every coin is a seed, and in time, that seed will grow into a towering testament to devotion. Yet, in the same breath, he warned that the church's monuments are also a reminder of the vast gulf between those who give and those who build. It is said that while the church's spires reach toward the heavens, the souls of the poor remain trapped in the mud. You understand this on a level that defies explanation. A quiet resignation that no matter how many coins you offer, the doors of the grand cathedrals will never swing wide enough for you. Every donation, every whispered prayer over a coin dropped into a wooden cup, feeds into this cycle. The church collects, builds, and then guards its treasures jealously behind thick stone walls. These structures, adorned with gold leaf and intricate sculptures, become symbols of divine favour. Yet as you watch from afar, you realise that the very splendour is also a chain, binding the common folk to a system that values wealth and obedience over genuine fellowship. Sometimes you wonder if the Church builds these monuments not solely to honour God, but to keep the people in line. A towering cathedral, majestic and inaccessible, reminds you that while you may work the land and pay your tithe, you are forever a subject, not of a king, but of an institution, one that, for all its miracles, remains distant and unyielding. You see it in the way the priest speaks, his voice calm and measured, as though every word is designed to reassure those who dare not dream of more. And yet, there is a strange comfort in the tradition. The church calendar marks the days in a way that creates order out of chaos. Even if its grand monuments are forever beyond your grasp, the structure it provides is a constant in a world full of uncertainty. You know when Lent begins. You know exactly how many days until Easter. You understand the solemn importance of feast days, even if you cannot partake fully because your stomach is too often empty. The rhythm of sacred time is as real to you as the changing of the seasons, though it obeys a different logic. You attend Mass, not just for salvation, but for the assurance that time is on your side. The bell tolls, and its sound is a reminder that you belong to something larger, that though your coin is small, it is part of a grand, unending ledger that stretches into eternity. The Church builds its monuments not only on stone and gold, but on the invisible architecture of belief, the trust that even the smallest offering matters. In your daily life, you see the contrast. You're often in the fields from dawn until dusk, your hands calloused and your face weathered by sun and wind. And yet, each Sunday, you walk the short distance to the chapel, your few coins held tightly in your hand, ready to be offered. You understand that your labour and your money build not just your own sustenance, but contribute to the eternal. It is a bittersweet bargain. You give, and in return, you receive nothing tangible in your lifetime. The grand structures of the church rise far above you, their doors sealed to all but the highest ranks, while you continue to live under the same open sky. The vast looming cathedrals that you see in distant towns are both a promise and a prison. They promise a connection to something divine, a glimpse of everlasting glory. Yet they remain locked behind doors that never swing open for you. The church's monuments are built with funds collected from every village, every peasant's meagre coin offering, and every whispered prayer of hope. But they are reserved for the pious elite, the crowned, the noble, or those whose names are etched in hallowed records. And so, while you contribute every Sunday, your place in those grand halls is never assured. You learn as you grow that the calendar is sacrosanct. It is not nature's measure, but the church's design. The cycle of feasts and fasts, of holy days and penitential seasons, governs your life more surely than the rising and setting of the sun. Even if the sun still climbs the sky each day, your true measure of time is the liturgy. Advent brings the promise of a Saviour. Lent brings the pang of sacrifice. And Easter, even if you can hardly taste the sweetness behind the bitterness of your daily bread, brings a renewal that you cling to with desperate hope. The calendar defines fate. It dictates when you can enjoy a simple meal, when you must endure more arduous fasting, and when you are permitted to celebrate, however briefly. It also decides how you contribute to the church's coffers. Your every coin Your every scrap of extra food, collected day after day, eventually forms the foundation of something grand and unreachable. The grand cathedrals, the imposing chapels, the glittering relics in sealed boxes. They are all constructed from the humble offerings of peasants like you. And though these monuments are splendid to behold, they remain forever out of reach for you. You see their towering spires from afar, hear their bells ringing in distant towns, and marvel at the intricate stonework that tells stories of saints and sinners. But you know that the Church, despite building these heavens on earth, will never allow you to step inside them. They are symbols of divine favour, of the wealth and power that separates the few from the many. Your donations, though given with trembling hands and a hopeful heart, are like water in a sieve, passing through and building walls that you may only see but never cross. In the quiet moments between work and prayer, you sometimes wonder about the price of faith. It is measured not in pounds or pence, but in the sacrifice of that which is most dear to you. Your child, your labour, your very hope. And yet you persevere, because there is no other way to live. To give is to belong to something greater than yourself, even if that something is as remote and as cold as the vaulted ceiling of a cathedral in a distant city. In the end, your life is marked by this perpetual exchange. Every coin you donate, every tithe you scrape together, contributes to the Church's vast, unyielding construction, a reminder of both their benevolence and their distance. You give out of necessity and duty, with a quiet resignation that your contribution is significant only in the eyes of those who build and not of those who labour. And so, each Sunday, you walk the familiar path to the chapel, your head bowed, your hands clasped, knowing full well that the calendar dictates not the cycle of the seasons alone, but the measure of your life. The Church's grand monuments may never open their doors to you, but they continue to rise, testament to a belief that, for all its promise of salvation, remains forever out of reach for the common soul. It begins with a cough. Not much at first, just a dry rattle in your chest that doesn't go away. Maybe it's the cold stone floor or the damp straw mattress. Maybe it's just age, finally creeping into your ribs. Either way, you start coughing more often and longer, until it wakes your wife, until the children listen at the door, until the priest is called. He doesn't say you're dying, not outright. He calls it the season of reflection, which is a church word for get your soul in order. You lie on your bed, thin as a spindle and twice as brittle. The thatch roof above you leaks in 3 places, but no one bothers to patch it now. Rainwater beads on the edge of your wooden bowl, collecting in time with the drip behind your left shoulder. There's no fire. You're too weak to gather wood, and no one wants to leave your side. Not when the coughing's grown that deep. Your wife, who once carried 2 buckets up the hill without pausing, now holds your hand like it's made of glass. Your son kneels by the bed, lips moving soundlessly through a prayer he learned by rote, too young to understand, and too scared not to say it. The priest arrives at dusk. He smells of wet wool and candle smoke, and his face has the soft exhaustion of someone who's seen too many last breaths this week. He lights a small taper and places it beside you. The candlelight flickers against the wall, dancing across the soot stains and cobwebs like a final benediction. It's time for the last rites. He begins with the litany of saints. You try to mouth the names, but your tongue doesn't keep up. Augustine, Benedict, Agnes, Lawrence, Cecilia. You recognise them like distant cousins at a feast. Vaguely familiar, deeply out of reach. He anoints your forehead, your hands, your chest. The oil smells like bitter herbs. He murmurs Latin words meant to open the gates of heaven. You focus hard, hoping God is listening, and that he's not in one of his more vengeful moods. Outside, the village goes on. A cow moans somewhere. A child cries. Someone's hammering a cartwheel with unnecessary enthusiasm. Life continues just far enough away that it hurts. The priest offers you a crucifix. You clutch it like a lifeline, knuckles white against the worn wood. You've touched this shape 1,000 times. In church, in prayer, in fear. Now you cling to it as if it might drag your soul upward through sheer familiarity. He whispers a final blessing and closes his book. There's nothing more he can do. And now, you wait. You'd think dying would be dramatic. Trumpets of the soul. Angel choirs. Something to mark the moment. But really, it's just more silence. A long, slow quiet that settles over your bones like dust. You drift. Memories rise like smoke. You see your mother lighting a candle on All Saints' Day. You see your child's baptism. The priest fumbling the holy water while your baby wailed like a war horn. You see yourself years ago, standing barefoot in the mud outside the church, staring up at the stained glass window of Christ in judgment, wondering whether you'd be found wanting. You think of sins, not the grand ones. You've never killed, never blasphemed, out loud, never stolen anything worth locking away. But still, they add up. The lie you told about your neighbour's barley yield, the meat you ate during Lent, just once, but greedily. The thoughts you had during sermons when your mind wandered somewhere it shouldn't. You confess them. You think. Most of them. Probably. You think of purgatory. A place between places. A long hall of smoke and regret where your soul gets scrubbed like laundry before it can meet the divine. Some say it lasts days. Some say centuries. One man claimed to have returned from it, just briefly, and said it smelled like burning hair and wet stone. You hope he was exaggerating. Your wife presses a cloth to your forehead. It's damp. Her hand lingers a moment too long. Not because she's trying to comfort you, but because she's afraid to let go. The priest steps outside to tell the village. You hear his voice, low and practiced, saying words you can't quite catch. You know the ritual by heart anyway. Someone will toll the bell. The women will begin baking the burial loaves. A grave will be dug, not too deep. The ground is hard this time of year. There will be a mass, maybe 2, if your wife can afford the second. Your name will be said aloud, then folded into silence. A life summarized in 4 syllables and 1 candle. If you're lucky, someone will remember to light another for your soul next year. You wonder what death looks like. The church says it's a passage, like stepping through a veil. There's judgment, of course. A great book. A balance. St. Peter, possibly, though no one's quite sure what he actually does. You imagine your soul as a flickering wisp, standing in line behind 1,000 others, all waiting to be sorted like sacks of barley. What if you don't make it? What if the weight of your sins, however small, tips the scales the wrong way? What if your final confession wasn't complete? What if you died thinking of the wrong thing? They say your last thought matters, that whatever fills your heart in that final breath echoes into eternity. You try to think of Christ, of mercy, of golden gates and angels with wings made of light, but it's hard. Your thoughts keep drifting to your wife's face, to the warmth of her hand, to the way the fire crackles when she's not watching it. You hope that counts. A chicken clucks outside. Somewhere in the village, someone laughs. Not cruelly, just the normal sound of someone living. You wonder if they'll quiet down when they hear the bell. You wonder if they'll stop for a moment, say a prayer, or if they'll just keep walking, kicking dust and muttering about the weather. The church says you are not gone, just past. That prayers can still help you, that masses can still reach you, that the living owe the dead a duty. You hope that's true, because otherwise it's just dirt. Your final moment doesn't come with fanfare. There's no light, no trumpet, no angel. Just breathe, then no breath. A silence that deepens. The priest will return soon. He'll close your eyes, even if they're already shut. He'll cover your body with a cloth and begin the prayers of commendation. Go forth, O Christian soul, he will say, and everyone will nod, as if they understand where you're going. Your family will cry. Not all at once, some tears are delayed. Your youngest might not cry until the burial, when they see the hole in the earth. You'll be buried with a cross, a simple wooden one. There's no money for stone. Maybe someone will mark it with a name, maybe just a carved X. In time, grass will grow over it. Children will run across the hill. Some might step right over you without knowing. You don't mind, because deep down, you've done what you could. You lived quietly. You obeyed the bells. You feared the right things. You hoped, even when it felt silly, that it all meant something. And in your final moment, when everything else fell away, you held the cross and whispered the only words you knew for sure. Have mercy.